Well, hello, and welcome in, everyone. I hope you all are having a good Friday. We're, of course, back to Factorial Friday, back to solo, back to our void block run that we had going on. I am wanting to keep expanding Fulgora, so that's what we're gonna do. One second here. Okay, so yeah, I also realized, first of all, that I had a little bit of a problem with how I was doing power. My power grid is ever sitting full. Honestly, that means that we're, you know, we have enough power generation, we just don't have enough power storage. So what I decided to do, I started working on it, but just cramming all this extra room with accumulators. Of course, it's going to take a little bit to fill up. I need to start getting, I don't know, something set up for this. I don't know if I should be using like passive provider chests or active provider chests or what. I do, excuse me, I do need to start throwing, what is it, chips inside of our, red chips inside of our storg. Now, if I had belts, of course, there would be an easy way to get it all done. Or rather, if I went through a belt design for Fulgora, then it would be a little bit easier to get done because I could just have, you know, extras go to somewhere else. But for bots, I'm not sure how to limit how many I consume versus how many I leave for other projects, other endeavors. Obviously, just using like a requester chest would really help get everything going. What's the problem here? Right, I was also starting to get more robots. We don't have a whole lot. It's not gonna be basically set in general for Fulgora. I also want to check our power. Right, landfill is fine. Right, I was wanting to redo this whole setup to have like 4 blocks of copper, or 4 blocks of iron, then 4 blocks of copper, and then I was gonna have to extend the steel block because I want that to be like a full red belt's worth. Maybe 2 wouldn't be a bad idea. And then, I don't know, 2 belts of that, maybe 2 belts of stone as well. And it shouldn't be too hard to do. Also, since we have, I've researched the next higher tier of the void summoners. Let's make things a little bit easier. Did I take down? No, okay. Just don't know where they are. I think this is, yeah, the greater void works, and is this the, that's just the void forge. That's the void works. Here we go, the exalted void works. So that needs void engines, which, I mean, it's going. I think I have production for everything else while I'm just summoning in the orichalcum. And that's basically good to go. Of course, these have a crafting speed of 5, although I should just start planning for blue belts for us to go with. Perhaps wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm still just not really sure like how to plan Fulgora out. Maybe just have a like a whole ass line of recyclers, I guess. First of all, can this seems to be running full time. Void works. I bet if I upgraded that to an exalted, maybe it would be good. I don't know how many I need. Let me actually just see here. So that's a crafting time of 2 seconds. And, well, how fast it recycles depends on what item it gets, of course. Oh, well, no, it's already going to be getting scrapped, but I'm not worried about crunching down anything else. So, looks like 1 is having a hard time. Although I also do have oh no, this is just for ice, right. I think I already have other things for holmium and whatnot. How far am I from? Probably kind of far from getting the new science packs. Do we even have them researched? No. I'm pretty sure that's behind a trigger tech. Right, I have to make supercapacitors. Of course, needs these superconductors, which isn't too hard. Copper, plastic, holmium plates, and light oil. Light oil. That's gonna require some water. Okay. I should just start ripping all this stuff up and deal with it from there. Let's see, what does that even get fed from? Oh, this is turning... Okay. That was making steel. That's ever so slowly making accumulators. Let's just, I guess, vent what I have for these. I know this is going to take a while. That's actually going to fill my inventory a little much. Maybe I won't worry about moving that one in particular. Let's see, I've got a lot to remove in an effort to organize things. Let's see. Okay. I think I'll just rip out basically everything. Oh, okay, that's gonna be a little bit of a chore. Perhaps I should get some storage chests. I don't think storage strong boxes are really worth bothering with. So I don't really know how I want to tile my roboports out. Oh, I think that one is the odd man out. So I'll go ahead and get rid of you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already organized these correctly. Okay. And then, let's see. I can leave all that there. Stone. I'm requesting stone. Okay, so that's all dealt with. I guess it's mainly just dealing with a lot of this. And then we have the void shards. Triple that up. I want to try trimming this down, and it will just do basically a vanilla design. You know, have not sure how many recyclers. Let's actually see if it'll give me a good number that I need for scrap and crushing them down. Scrap. Recycling scrap. Oh, that's summoning scrap. Whoops. There should be... Is it going to be under hidden or disabled? Apparently neither. Locked? Now there should be one for... Oh, you know why? Is because I'm not filtered by ingredient. That'll do it. So one of those. You need scrap though. Creator Void works. But does that give it a full amount of uptime? Compute by element. What if I compute by factory? Okay, so I need 2 greater void works per 1 recycler. Okay. That helps organize things. I'll just start ripping these up and start trying to get a more competent design. Okay. Well, at some point, I am probably going to want cargo base here. So let me go ahead and just at least ghost some. And not that this is going to be like permanent. So I can just start putting these down. Excellent. Now let's deploy the bots. You. Oh, that's a lot of prismite crystals. Whatever, that's what the bots are for. And once this is all done, I will have a more competent setup for not only dealing with them, but for making more bots. Then, yeah, I'm pretty confident that obviously our power lasts throughout the night. It only gets about half. And given that we're staying here at this plateau, that means we have more power generation than we're utilizing. We just have to worry about that. Let's start ripping all this stuff up. Might as well just throw a lot of these raw materials in a recycler and call it a day. I've got this electrolytes, but now that we literally summoned everything we could ever want, I'm not too plussed about voiding materials, especially since in, space age, just in general, you're not as limited. You're having to worry about, sourcing more materials. An expansion and whatnot. Also set up something to start making like uncommon and rare stone just to get rid of them. Oops. And which one of these has to be here? Okay, we'll just get rid of all this. You're making sticks. Just keep dumping iron over here to... God damn it. We'll grab the iron directly out of there and just dump it into the accumulator creator. What else can I tell the robots to get rid of? Get rid of those. Get rid of... I need to worry about that. That's gonna be annoying. Okay, that's what they're here for. Jettison these. I do wonder if different quality, yeah, of course. Okay, they are in fact going to go to different chests. That's something I'll have to worry about later. As long as I get a decent number of these, we should be fine. Although this is going to be a huge pain in the ass to move. You... I was trying to vent as many iron gears as I possibly could. Do I have any in my inventory? I do. Alrighty. Those over. Yeah, starting with Fulgora is just going to be a lot of cleaning things up. Scrapping designs. As far as you, I don't think you are required to be there. Apparently I didn't, in fact, place these exactly where I needed them. Okay, well. Work in progress. God damn it. You know what, I keep forgetting, I have logistic bots. I can also use them to clean up things. I should probably just, for the most part, keep a lot of this junk out of my inventory anyway. It does look like I'm running out of chests pretty fast. Advanced electric circuits. That's okay, because I can dump a whole bunch of advanced circuits in here. And everything will be good. I'm even tempted to just axe this rocket silo thing and worry about getting another rocket silo in the future. How are you doing? You're fine. You're good to clean up. I get you. We're running a little low on foundations, but it's working hard. What also gets us the next rod? I believe that's right after science. Yes, the lightning collector. Of course, at that point, I'll have to be able to actually ship these things across planets, but that's no big deal. So why do I have you there? Ah, yes, for the roboports. We're waiting for a little bit longer. Steel. Do I not have any steel? Alright, I guess recycling scrap. I thought recycling scrap did give steel. Maybe I was just using it all for... Was that all going to as a silo? It was. Okay. Well, that explains things. Let's get ourselves a few more chunks of chests to go with. And I do want to leave some spaces between them. For entities missing construction. Yeah. I might as well just build them. 20. That's a little bit more than I needed. Fuck it. Let's just banish these. I'll build these somewhere else. Okay. Low density structures. Those we print. And I guess just to be safe, where can I assemble these? Not any of the special buildings, so we'll try this. Probably not get any good rolls, but hey, it'll be something. Cargo landing pad. Oh, that doesn't even give more storage or anything from up. Oh, hey, we got an uncommon. Okay, so the only thing this thing gives us radar distance for leveling it up, and health, which on at least half the planets is not really a consideration. But hey. Well, we got exactly enough. Graphic makes it look like way bigger because of all the connections. There. Now that'll at least give me a blueprint. Of course, I'm not gonna be able to traverse these until I get a mech suit, which I don't even have a power armor Mark II, so it is what it is. I'm also gonna be permanently out of power until I acquire purple science. No, yellow science, because I need the portable fission reactors. Which, they're not hard to craft. Just getting the yellow science. Hell, once I can craft them, I'm not even gonna have to ship them over here. It's just getting the yellow science. It's even probably something I can get done remotely. Truth be told. Well, it's been a hot second since I made a yellow science production. Let's have a peep. What does it take? So, for the most part, just the same shit that rockets need. Okay. And then flying robot frames. That shouldn't be too bad. I wonder how I should make it. Well, I think if we're doing... what was I aiming for? Like 3 a second? I think that's generally what I've been aiming for. Yes. Also, can I... Doesn't look like I can remove these production lines, which is a little odd. There's probably a way, and I just don't know. Administration... Calculator. Well, I don't really need that. I guess I can start using that in game whenever I need to calculate something instead of having to alt tab. Roll list. This does not look like what I'm looking for. Okay, well, so these flying robot frames and then low density structures. So 27, 27, and 60. If only I could just summon them in. Of course, that would be a little too easy, but I know once we get foundries, printing these low density structures will be a little bit easier. I think there's like, you don't want to print the low density structures directly for some reason. And just print these using the foundries. I forget what the calculations are on about. I think it's like printing directly using the foundry saves you on plastic, but it gets you less low density structures. But using assemblers and using the foundry for copper plates and steel plates gets you more low density structures, but it costs more plastic. Is that... I want to say that sounds right. Maybe. Let me see. What do I have for my low density structures here? I'm pretty sure I'm just pulling everything off the line. Of course, at that point, I am gonna have to rework the bus. I don't think it's gonna last with extra production, and honestly, it's not like I should keep pushing it back and not working with it. That does mean I'm gonna have to get back to Nauvis. Because I don't know if... Maybe I can just remotely do it. Let's see. Let's have a peep at how many Voidworks we have. Voidworks 250. Exalted 50. How high do I have that? Is it capped at 50 or is that just table by control behavior? Okay. You know what? Given that I'm going to need a shitload of these, we'll set it to like 500. Now let me... Similar recipe. Exalted Voidworks. 10 stacks. And I should probably do this with everyone. Would be nice if I had them like all in a row. 10 stacks. I believe that's the Voidworks. 10 stacks. And that's going to be the Void Forge. 10 stacks. Just to keep them going. I know at least we have enough Voidworks for that. And of course, changing all this up to switch it over to sciences, or iron is going to be a one-step process. The main thing is... Oh, welcome in, Pie Manning. How's it going? You found me. I didn't realize I was a hard man to find. Going well, that's good to hear. We of course are back to Void Block. I'm just staring at work that I left behind for myself, not upgrading these before I left. I was lost. Well, at least I'm found. That's the important thing. Buffer chest. Okay. What I need to do... What happens if I, like, change the recipe on these? With no one to pick them up. Well, I have some new recipes. That's nice. Does it just get voided? Whatever. We'll get that going. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're actually like using enough copper, or in fact any copper. And I don't have recyclers here to just start avoiding it. How many storage chests do I have? That's the question. Why are these here? Fucker, or calcum plates getting on the plate. I guess I just need to fix this whole absolute cluster truck of spaghetti. Certainly isn't a good time that I don't even know where it's coming from. Ah, but I can look, I believe. So that's making orichalcum, but that should never output to a belt. Where the hell else am I making orichalcum at? Here? That's definitely not going to get put onto a belt. What in the hell? Where the fuck is it coming from? Okay, so it's coming from somewhere down here. Either this one or the other one. The great land of piss. That's... Wait. I saw something. I located it. It's not gonna be on the science belt, is it? That seems wrong. Because I saw it over here. Where are those prismite plates coming from? Hold on. This is wrong. Okay. That's requesting orichalcum, that's fine. Aha. So something here. Ah. Okay, so that's where the prismite's coming from, but what about the orichalcum? Did I not solve the prismite? I thought I... Okay, no, the prismite's not getting there, so it's just the orichalcum. So where the hell's that coming from? Is it coming from these? And I just didn't fix them properly? This is the only place I can imagine those plates coming from, but like... With this filter here, they should never make it the other way. I don't see any other green plates anywhere. There's very few recipes that can even call them in the first place. Not to mention that copper that's sitting there. It's on ground. Yeah, I don't suppose I can have the bots take up the items off the belts to clean them. Okay, well. Here's what we do. I put an active provider chest here. I put a fast inserter. Use filters. Blacklist. Wood. Coal. Slime. That and carbon. I am a... Okay, good. That'll at least fix the problem of them even getting here, even if I don't know where the hell they're coming from. That's so strange. Okay, whatever. So I knew you. How do I deal with you? I suppose I can reverse voidcraft the copper, but like, I don't think I need a lot of it. Here it's catalyst. Reverse copper. Let me see what else I can possibly burn copper on. It looks like inverse. This thing is going to be like the most expedient use to get rid of it. Not recycling, which actually, could I just do here? What do I need to make a recycler? No, they have to be crafted on Fulgora, right? There are still a few restrictions when doing void block. Okay, well. Buffer. I suppose what I could do also is have, you know, I have a plan. First of all, start getting rid of these. She'll make the bots deal with it for me. I don't know if I have this many logistics bots, but I guess we're about to find out. Okay, well, it's not logistics bots. It seems to be construction bots. That's strange. And all 1,200 of them are coming over here. I just have to worry about this. Good God. This is going to be such a mess. I suppose what I should do for those is clean those out, clean those out. Clean these out. And then I just have to wait for the bots to slowly fix the problem. I suppose what I could also just do is mass delete everything. And call it a day. And then rebuild it. Bots are going to be very busy for quite some time. But I don't want to keep having lines zigzag all over the place. That's not great. Oh my God, these are also just so full of copper. You know what? I have my blueprint saved. What I'll do... Welcome and ironical. That was a little alarming. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'll just keep right clicking on these, I guess. Yeah, I can use a similar strat and use requester chests to get anything extra. Visceral reactions to this day. Yeah, it's, I was very alarmed because, you know, there's no enemies here. I was like, wait, and then I had to look over and see the little alert thing. I was considering doing one for the Discord sound effect as well. And maybe just like have no, I don't think I could prevent it from announcing it in chat. But I could have it like not display an announcement on stream. And that would be silly. Warehouse defense. No, where is game blueprints? Here we go. Ah, I apparently don't have that in my furnaces. Okay. So this should all be good. Inserters. Iron ore. Void works. Iron plate. Then for you, buddies. Watch you fall asleep on bed. We'll get nice and cozy. Oh no, I'm gonna have to... Okay. Oh dear. It seems I already tried fixing this problem. I'll just have to do this very enclosed. It's important to be nice and enclosed. Especially in something we gotta worry about in Dune. Making sure that we're enclosed so we don't lose our water. Okay, how am I possibly gonna deal with this? I think I'll have to do that. Yeah. I'll have an input priority on the left. Okay, well, now that's just contaminated. They didn't even clean it all the way. Just, you know what? Be gone. I guess we'll just have to axe it completely and call it a day. And then I will need a requester chest to pull extra iron that's going into the system, and I wonder if I can do something and like have it be in the blueprint itself. Because I don't think my blueprint deals with wait, let me peep it. Yeah, it does not deal with merging the extra plates that come up from here to the front. So I'll have to update the blueprint at some point. Okay. Now let's terminate that belt. Why is it? Poor abandoned piece of copper just laying on the floor. Okay, void block. I think this is good. Inserters, iron ore, void works, iron plates. I suppose what I could also just do is swap these over anyway. Would exactly be clean, but you know what? Might as well just delete. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Hmm. Okay. Oof. Okay, I have a plan. I just delete all of this and we start over from scratch. I have to make sure that these roboports are at least still powered. Because all this is clearly a mounting problem. Is that in the blueprint? It is. Of course, it's a little bit of a mess. I wonder if there's an easy way for me to get back to town or get back to Nauvis. Ooh, that's not even in range of a roboport. That's a problem. I do wish that that would still give me like a range for where it is. You, and then this is being even more of a mess. Perhaps I should incorporate the roboports inside the blueprint itself so I don't have to worry about whether or not they can get built properly. That's probably going to be the best course of action. Oh, in the meantime, let's get another one of these over here. I have a feeling that once I get this sorted out, should likely see about just getting some rockets so I can go back home. Which one of these is wrong? It doesn't look like I have any sort of rhyme or reason behind the lining rods. I think it was trying to workshop something. Of course, I need a foundation here. And I got rid of all of my robots, and I don't have enough power to power them anyway. Alrighty. What about if I... okay, so there's going to be a little bit of a hole there. Okay. So many grand redesigns that I have to do. Well... I can at least start with this. So we get our scrap. We summon all of our scrap. We can also summon in space platforms. I'm tempted to just like launch a Voidworks and then start summoning the space platforms like on the platform itself. Although it's going to need a lot of power to run, which is of course an even bigger issue on space platforms, but At least they'd be basically free with several asterisks. Well, let's at least get these going. Get ourselves efficiency. Now each one can handle 2 recyclers. Okay. Do I need fasts or do I need slows? Here, I should probably just only use scrap on these and then blacklist scrap on the other ones. Alrighty. Now chests. Do I just put them on belts? And it would probably work. Ah, fuck it. We do a belt bus. And this I can always just refocus. Let me get out these scrap productivity, or not productivity, probability, that's the word. I know words. Scrap appears on Houston, scrap recycling. Just get a screenshot of this so I can open it up on my other window. It would be nice if I could just like have a picture-in-picture or something. So I would like this to be here, but well, I guess I can just like shove this over to the side. So, holmium. Oh. The second you click away from the window, it leaves. That's also going to be a little annoying. Perhaps I have the belts go the other way then. Perfect. And I can always change this to go somewhere else. So I'm wondering if I should do the highest probability first or the lowest probability first. Maybe we'll go with the highest. And then this will be solid fuel. This will be concrete. Oh, where's concrete? Right, that's in another tab. 1, 2, 3. And then, well, one more. That should have a space between them, because of course that's how buses work. Wait, if they're constantly going through there, then should I in fact go backwards? I am in fact bussing. Oh, I have the power over here. Not bussy-ing. That's on the other planet. Trim this window down a little bit more. I need a third monitor. Okay, 1, 2, and go from there. And then I have power in the way. Over steel. The roboports are going to be in the way. Batteries. You know what? For a Fulgora one, I can just merge it all together, and then deal with splitting up into a proper bus a little bit down the line. Where are thine batteries? What's this one going to be? Stone. And advanced circuits, copper cables. We're almost there. Copper cables. That should be on this page, right? Yep. Processing units, low density structures, and that just leaves holmium ore. Processing units. I don't have any foundations. My roboports will overlap a little bit, but they overlap, they overlap. LDS. Perfect. Just run these through that. And we can pretend it's not a problem. That is so many gear wheels, though. Of course, these are a little contaminated, so... I guess gear wheels are going to be a little bit of a problem. So it is good that we're getting rid of them first. Now, as far as gear wheels go... Just hook this up to power so it stops blinking at me. I don't know if we really need gear wheels directly for much that we're going to be using here. I guess we use them for belts. Well, what we can do is split these off and then start grabbing them with recyclers. Oh, it's going to be a little tight, but... Move that over a little bit. Recycler is the closest I can put it is here. I can start having iron. Yeah, we'll leave it there. You. Then we have iron plates. Solid fuel. Oh, of course. I think something I worked on last time was having what is it? Like chests here as well, so that bots could pull extra. Porous ice and holmium. Might as well just send those across. Blacklist. I'll move a stupid void charge as well. Okay. I guess that is going to be one other thing that I have to worry about. Well, ideally, I'm not going to put it on the bus. How do I get you on the other side? There's no reason to overcomplicate it. First of all, let's get rid of the void shards over here. And I can just shove them into a box. Active provider or passive provider, grab those. Yippee. It's like it's not a problem anymore. Okay, that partially takes care of that. Also get rid of these. No sense having any of this in my inventory. I made one uncommon accumulator. Excellent. Just what I needed. Oh, we have 50 normal ones. Oh, has that been working this whole time? Oh no, I took it down. Okay. Well, let's go place these. Actually, why weren't they getting placed by the bots? Ah, yes, because there are no roboports out here. Earth's power field 1.0. I'll also go check on now V's and see how the deconstruction of this is going. Okay. So they can reach all the way over there. So let's just get rid of it all. Everything must go. Much like a furniture store. But it'll all be nice and neat. Hell, I'm wondering if I should also move this iron line up while I'm doing it, just so that it's not clustered here. I would like to have, you know, a little bit of breathing space. I have basically an endless amount of landfill. There's no need to suffocate myself by building too close together. Okay, we'll just get rid of all these. Oh, in early game, I was having a problem with not having enough landfill, but early game is not right now. Let's also, since this factory is already not operating, get rid of all this. I'm almost tempted to just like get rid of just about everything in this section. Maybe not this assembling mess that I made, but we'll leave that as a separate project. I'll go ahead and get all of the iron going first. The iron and other recipes before I stress about getting reorganizing everything else. Okay, you guys will be at that for a while. Let me get back to working on Fulgora. So let's terminate that. For iron. And what to do? I guess at this point we basically just make a normal bus base. Should probably send this over to a separate line. And given that I have run the bus down, perhaps I should focus on moving it up and having these come in through, I guess moving it down is going to be kind of annoying. Is there a way for me to have... That was weird. Is there a way for me to invert all these? Let's see. Also, how much lightning protection do we have? We put this over here, we put that over there. Can I rip that up? I can. Excellent. How much extra reach does an uncommon have over a common? How about 4.5 tiles? That's not insignificant given that it's a radius. Alright. Yeah, I guess there's not really any good ways to deal with this. So we'll just run everything along here. And rather than running our production northward, what I'll have to do, or running it southward like I was doing before, I will instead run dedicated production lines going north. So I'll have the gears going here, and then I'll turn that to iron plates, and then I'll send them down here to... I guess I'll have to skip down multiple lines to the bus. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, so just start ripping these up and figure out how many zigzags I have to do. What about... I guess I could just move these up. Hold on. Let me copy these filters first. Get rid of all that. Oh, that's not necessary. Perfect. Just have my stack of splitters. I'm already having to make a mess anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see, 1, 2, and then 3. So starting from, I believe that's going to be the steel line. Move that over. That gets us 2 spaces here. I should just picked up a robot. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. That's not 2. 2, 3. There we go. Now it should all be good. We have our 2 spaces between the bus. Of course, we're gonna have to run iron over here, but whatever. Fulgora, if you're going with the bus, and maybe at some point, once we get enough bots processed, I'll just switch on over to a proper bot base. But I think in the meantime, what I'm gonna have to start doing is recycling this solid fuel. Set that over, and I'm also gonna have to do the same with ice. Solid fuel. Is there even any point to having like higher tier solid fuel? It has more acceleration and top speed. Too bad it doesn't have more fuel value. That would be nice. Give me more efficient fuel. Oh well. We can crush this down. Let's even go ahead and put some quality modules in it. And anything that is normal, use filters, normal, we will cycle right back into the system. Okay. What if I run it along this way? I would like to have it be some sort of system where I can have them all output to the same system and feed back to itself. Let me also have... Wait, up the priority. Okay. Is this the one? Yeah. That's also too close. 3... iron somewhere else. So you... That should fit perfect. Get the ice going, get the solid fuel going. We should also have it link up here so that it always tries to balance out with everything. I don't think high quality ice is needed for anything other than used in it's only used for high quality cryogenic science packs. Nothing else matters. Oh, ice absorbs pollution? Really? Replaced on... I mean, it's not like ammonia or pollution does anything on that planet. You know what? I'm not even going to worry about trying to fish for high quality stuff. If stuff is here, that means it needs to be crunched. Perfect. Bulk inserter. And that should never back up. With emphasis, I guess, on should. There we go. What are we full on now? Ah, it's gonna be the gear wheels, right? So this will go here. We just got so much junk. Of course, we're gonna get the space with all this junk. Let me also check on Navis really quick. Oh, of course. Many copper plates to worry about. Okay, this power switch is literally doing nothing. That's technically doing something, but I can remake it somewhere else. Let's go on there. Okay. And honestly, they have enough to worry about. We'll let them work. Okay, so I believe I need some more recyclers. Indeed. could do passive provider chests, maybe buffer chests. And I can make lube. So how many loaders can I get crafted here? Engines. Unfortunately, I can't handcraft engines. Do I not have more engines? Right, engines was not something I was making a lot of. So go ahead and double up our storage solution. Okay. Make some buffer chests. Now, as far as these, I would like to have any extra stuff that somehow winds in the system feed back into the belts. And I think the easiest way to do that is probably going to be like with a belt here. Because I think if you just put the inserter here, it'll actually insert past the splitter, so you don't want to do that. I'll just have to set up requester chests for these. All the everythings. So that's going to be solid fuel. Doesn't matter if it's fucking gear wheels or solid fuel. Okay. Solid fuel. Concrete. Should start shifting stuff over, and then this should be ice. Doesn't look like we actually have any ice extra in the system, which is good. Right, engines for these. So I'm gonna have an iron line. Of course, has to be along proper bus etiquette. Let's just set 4 lines and drag them all the way around. Zoop, 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 and well, you get to sit there. I guess I can put like 1 more. That's a little bit more than 1 more. You, perfect. All the extra ice is now being gotten rid of. Excellent. Then I believe buffer chests have something to, or actually requesters just have requests from buffer chests. So what I can do is not have them do that. And then we have the loaders. Yeah. We start getting loaders put in here. Let me actually get something to start making some engines. Just a little dirtily, but I'm not too plussed about it. Make like a plus. Here, let's move that over. I have to offset it. Let's offset it on all sides. So I don't offset it, I can't actually extract from it. So we make void engine adaptation. I guess I can make electric void engines. Oh no, that takes voidtronic circuits. I am not doing that. Perfect. So you, and you. Oh, I can actually even make quality ones for that. That's nifty. Yeah, because it's not directly in here. Okay, good. We can start getting some engines. What else? I know I need lube for our loaders. I'm gonna just start getting a line for these. So I'm gonna put buffer chests here. Actually, I don't even need these. I can literally just do it with buffer chests. Hell, I could even just do it with requester chests. But then, but if I do it with requester chests, I guess I don't necessarily want them being pulled out from here. Do I? Yeah, no, I'll use buffer chests. Buffer chests will be fine. question is how many gears can this hold? It's back to 100, right? Not enough logistics storage space. Oh no, these. I see. It's literally one tile. Hopefully they can get that made. That's going to be a little bit of a problem if they can't be. Oh no, they're missing entities for reconstruction. Well, that's a little bit of a problem. Uh-oh. They don't have access to any of them. Is this something that I have to go back to Novi's to fix? I guess that power switch was in fact doing something. There has to be something that maybe I can just draw with a copper line to connect it. Too far. But you. Adderall's over, that's good to hear. I think I might just be boned and have to go back to the planet. No. Hold on. What's my last autosave? 2 minutes ago. Okay, hold on. My vision, Navis. No. It's already messed up. Oh, how far back do I have to go? 6 minutes? Okay, you know what? That's fine. 6 minutes ago and it was already a problem? I don't want to go back more than 6 minutes. I already don't want to go back, like, whatever. I accidentally removed the load-bearing power pole that was keeping the entire network powered up. So, I'm kind of SOL. Let's see, hold on. I can get a requester chest here. We get a passive provider chest. I have to start making... Well, there's a... So I do have another logistics storage system here. Obviously it's not connected. And the robots can't like pull anything from these chests to try and power them up. Because I have pulls, it's just the bots can't manually get to it. I don't think there's anything I can do remotely because that system they have access to is simply not sufficient. Where's Kong? Okay. I think I can get this working. We have enough electric engines. We'll have to do. Steel. Okay, what are we maxing out on? Yeah, well, the thing is there was a power switch that I thought wasn't doing anything, and I mean, it kind of wasn't, so I removed it, but apparently that was the only power connection to our generator. So, I mean, we're generating power, but it's not going anywhere, because this is the extent of our power network. Oh, please. No, it's right there. I just need one bot to be able to do something. That's highly unfortunate. Auto saved 12 minutes ago. Hold on. Is our last minute one. Okay. Everything's fine here. Let me also get some redundant power poles. I was mainly workshopping designs anyway here. Okay. Get that. Then what else do I need? We're not really close to having a rocket on here. I need 3 electric engines. Not that electric engines are too terribly hard to get, but yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and get that engine set up that I made. We'll get you. Let's see, all set. All set. Oops. Okay. In, and then out here. Oh, that's not even the right one. Not you. Then we'll deal with uncrafting or whatever it is. That'll get us some engines going. Okay. Let me go back to this. We're gonna have iron here. Which of course means 2 lines over. Do I even have any extra recyclers? I do. Oh, that's gonna be the problem with wanting to expand the bus that way, or building like any of my production up. Which, I don't know, I probably should. Is I'm gonna have to drag the iron all the way through, which isn't really a problem. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We'll start it here. Get that going. That of course is gonna need underground. Underground. And that could just sit there for time immemorial. Okay. Get back to trying to get my loaders going. It's already made a decent amount of engines. Excellent. What about those circuits? Excellent. I don't have enough buffer chests either. All right, I didn't set up, oh no, I did. So what's backing up now? I need some sort of logic to see what I have the most of. But unfortunately, the splitters, if you do like the calculate everything on a belt, splitters do interrupt that. I suppose if I had like power lines running through it, then just anytime it got interrupted, I could just connect it to the new section. So I would like to see. A little hard since I didn't really leave a room here. That's I guess I can always move these back a little bit. It's either concrete or no, it has to be concrete. Concrete, just get these placed here. Then doot. Get 4 more. Now lube. Lube we make directly out of heavy oil with nothing else in the way. So I should be able to just get that cranked out like here. Lube. Deed. Get that. Cannot reach. Perfect. That should get stuff moving along. Of course the holmium is also backed up. But hey, at least everything can move now. Let's also terminate that belt. And it's somewhat functional. For the time being. Let's get more of those. What do I need for more loaders? More engines and more advanced circuits. Engines, we are printing. They're free real estate. And then advanced circuits is going to be the main thing. Where are you? Ah, yes. Copper cables. 4. Let me just see if there are any advanced circuits sitting in here. And there are. Perfect. Just get a couple of these going, and then we have our loaders. That's the wrong way. It looks like it automatically fixed them. Good. Now our scrap can actually move. And I guess I can set up offshoots for whenever any of these start getting backed up. It's gonna complicate things, but at least it'll work. Let me also push this back one so I can get this here, and then we'll have loaders for the other side. And we can have the base they told you not to make. 2. Okay, I need 3 more. Just let the bots deal with it. So these are loaders. They are in the Factorio code. They just never got implemented because developers felt they were too strong. They basically move items at the speed of a belt, right? And then you move them directly like into or out of a box or an assembler or something. I think behind the scenes, they essentially just function as really fast inserters. You know, given that, and they can move at 30 items a second or 45 or what have you. These are slightly balanced by the fact that you need lubricant, which is why I have the lube here. There is a way to make it, I think this mod has 2 modes. You can either make it like really expensive to craft, and then you just put them everywhere basically, or lubricated, in which case you need to put pumps. And I don't know, it's a little more balancing, I feel. Not much. This one only takes 0.15 a minute. It's mainly, you know, you just have to deal with the logistics of connecting the multi pipes, and they do have pass through, so they can connect each other. So that's nice. Perfect. We have our belts. Our scrap is scrapping. No, they do not hold items. They just move them. They hold items in the same way that an asserter holds items. But yeah, they just they move them into these chests that I have in the middle. With how I have this set up, and then they also can take out items. They are just inserters at the end of the day. Lubricated inserters to go real fast, like. Okay. Oh, it looks like I'm running out of foundation. Just Jover for me. Okay. Oh, right. I'm also gonna need another. I'm gonna need another one of these, which is a shame because this is where I put the buffer chest. Okay. I'm either gonna have to deal with just not having all the buffer chests in a line with each other, or, well, yeah, I'm probably just gonna have to deal with not having them in a line, especially if I'm gonna be adding more and more things to the bus. But I don't think I'm gonna be doing a bus permanently. More of these going. Oops. There we go. Let's get that connected. And now we have iron. Perfect. I also do need to haul these in. So it's gonna be 4,800, I believe. I could just set it to like 1 stack. Solid fuel. Buffer chests. I still don't know if I want to do like... I should be using buffer chests or requester chests. Because I want anything extra to be coming here. But if I use buffer chests, then I can use bots to take things out of them. And that's the benefit. Here, let me get some steel going here. Of course, I'm also going to have to make sure that anytime I set up anything with requester chests, that I basically always have to check that box to request from buffer chests. Just so that I never have to worry about it. Okay, I get that. Low density structures. Then holmium. All right, there it is. And this should be iron plates. That should be getting everything cleaned up. Perfect. Alrighty. I mean, at this case, I feel like I can already kind of start working towards getting things modded better. Because I just need flying robot frames, which needs steel battery, electronic circuits, and engines. Now, electronic circuits. Oh, I'm already making iron and copper cable. I can just make electronic circuits, and we even have an electromagnetic plant for me to use. So let me go ahead and get this stretched out. It'll be nice once I can start getting these in higher quality variants. I do already have a couple uncommons, but it's only 18 versus 20. Make sure that everything here is working properly. Indeed. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of you. Oh, look at all this free space we have on Navis. It's beautiful. I will try and not build myself into a hole again. Also, do I have a bunch of refined concrete to use? I have normal concrete and a lot of it. Did I not make something for refined concrete? I didn't. Well, we can't use pleb concrete, clearly. So, let me just copy this. And I will paste it. It's over here. And then instead of foundations, I will have refined concrete. Yippee. What else can you make? Stone, normal concrete. You know, it'll be fine. So let's get that going. Output, refined concrete. Or you, the other page. And then buffer chest, perhaps? I think I already have a buffer chest to use it. And as for you... Oh, an active provider chest, maybe? Yeah, I think an active provider chest will be fine. Perfect. Let's see if that bulk inserter can actually handle this this much refined concrete. Probably has a little bit to catch up on since a lot of these were running without it being drained. It also just might not be powerful enough. It can only move 5 items at a time. Welcome in, Fury. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good evening. You know, now that you're here, you've reminded me that I need to go check and see if my my Mountain Dews are cold yet. Give me one moment, please. I didn't unmute my mic. Let's see, the dew of the world indeed. And what does I have to do with Mountain Dew? Well, you always talk about like tea and stuff, so now I associate you with beverages. You are the beverage cat. You have reminded me to get a beverage. I went on a walk earlier and there was a fucking scorpion on my wall, like on the outside. I, of course, immediately squished it. And then on the sidewalk, I saw another scorpion that I think was already squished, but I double squished it. You know, they gotta make sure that they know they came to the wrong hood. Oh, it looks like it's actually keeping up. This should also produce like a lot. Maybe we can actually start decorating my base. Wouldn't that be nice? Scorpions and us, and we're in a desert. Perhaps. Yeah, this could have been colder, but whatever. Okay, damn, we've already made 3,000 refined concrete. Well, I think there's nothing better to do than plaster it everywhere. Maybe. Gee, how big can I make the paintbrush? It does have a maximum size. Man. Whatever. I will just paint a bunch of it and then the bots can deal with it. Excellent. It must be everywhere. Yippee. You know, for memes, I found a blueprint online for like some ridiculously big ship. It was a space platform that I think had millions of entities on it. Holding the blueprint or pasting it like froze my game for minutes. Oh, once it was placed, everything was okay. I didn't actually make it. It was, I think it was made to buffer like 40 million Promethium chunks. Because I guess that's a pretty popular strategy with those, is buffering the chunks. And then going back home to Nelbeast to actually make the packs. Instead of a blueprint for Bad Apple. I saw a Minecraft server that the welcome message or terms of service or whatever for the specific server was Bad Apple in ASCII art. I don't have a link to it, but it was amusing. Okay. Well, that can cook for a while. All the bots are deployed. No, all the bots aren't deployed. Maybe we're not making enough. You know, I could put speed on there. We don't exactly have a problem with power right now. Unless we do. No, we don't. Hmm. Okay. What was I doing over here? Okay. I was talking about making something and then I immediately forgot what it was. Let me get rid of. Right. Wait. It was something green circuits. That's the one. Green circuits. Okay. Oh, it doesn't need to be like literally right next to it. And you know what? We're calling this a 1.0 anyway. No 1.5, I guess. Oh, if it's getting iron from here, I could... I'm gonna just fucking fork it. Yippee! And then, yeah, copper cables. Excellent. Requester chest. Go ahead and request a handful of copper cables. I guess I could just... Oh, we do have a bus. That's kind of the point of a bus. Let's run all these over. Then I can figure out where I'm going to draw the lines. We also can get more of these goodies. Personal logistics. Might as well turn it on. Yippee. And then the belts can restock me. Or the bots can restock me. Ooh. Right, and then productivity perhaps? Certainly be nice to have. You. Now, how many long-handed inserters will I need? This is all to get me more bots so that I can really go ham on the bot thing. Because our logistic bots are working hard here on Fulgora. Sadly, I can't summon bots from the ether, but what can you do? High entropic void crafting. Was that like one of the last things? It is, before I start getting into the infinite research. And sadly, I bet you, ooh, right, that's gonna be scrap recycling productivity. I bet that's why they don't have a productivity thing for it. For summoning it at least. It's because scrap recycling already has a productivity just from the game itself. Oh, it looks like these steel plate productivity. It says it works on the other ones. Flux extraction. Okay. That's pretty cool. Might as well queue these up. And you. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to change where this sits. I'm definitely gonna have to get more foundation production here, and possibly some things for emulators. I don't know what I can do. Now that I'm actually making iron plates reliably, I can start printing accumulators reliably. Well, I don't actually have something expandable for this. I guess I can just go ahead and remove however many things this takes. It is slightly offset. Accumulators in the way. You know what? I'm gonna be losing a little bit of productivity, or a little bit of space, but we gotta do it. There we go. Excellent. Now let me get something for... Can it actually reach all the way? It can. Let me get something for making accumulators. Put like production up here. Accumulator, where are you? There you are. Quality, we get a requester chest and a passive provider chest. Fast insert, and request from buffer chests, and that should be good. And then we can start making more accumulators. I will have to be really careful where I place these so that I don't have any periods where bots might traverse without being protected. But as long as any straight line they would possibly be going through is always going to have something, then it should be fine. Okay, so I have these. Get the copper belts. Oh, good. I don't even have to worry about this. Are they still working hard? They are. Of course, I have all these void shards, but that's neither here nor there. So you. I do wonder how many long-headed inserters it's going to take to properly offload with this thing. How did that happen? Okay, so it can't fully load it with you know what, I bet one of these will probably do it. Well, I guess we'll find out, although it looks like we're having trouble with iron. Of course, I don't actually have this thing very big. Go ahead and shrink my hopefully my plus and minus keys aren't doing it. I don't think I have a block key or anything for my model. I'll expand our iron production. Of course. No recyclers. I can fix that. By copying this. Whatever, I'll just build it by hand. I was looking at that parameterized one that I've been using, and I want to change like the way it's laid out just to make it a little bit easier to place, but there's a lot of really complicated logic, and I just haven't wanted to bother with trying to make one myself. That should be good. Get that going. Some buffer chests. Of course, I'm not actually making those. And then I need one final thing before I can get to this. And that is going to be the rocket silo. I would like it to start getting made. I don't know if we're going to have enough pipes. I handcrafted a lot of pipes, but if nothing else, most of the other things should get made. Alright, let's go see about these flying robot frames. So you... I could probably just run these pipes down and use them wherever I need them. I would like to have a proper buffer. And obviously, running it up the bus just to bring it up here is gonna be a little bit of an annoying problem. So I just won't do that. Actually, wait. If I put this here, and I can put a... okay. What if I move that there? Then perhaps underground belt? Steal some iron plates from ye. Get rid of that. Wondering where all those pipes were going. But then we'll get that fixed up. And we'll have green chips on the bus. I'd like to also start requesting green chips. And then... I don't know how many we have in storage. Apparently we have 200. But they should never be just sitting in storage. I see. I have encountered a problem. Just push that over. A little bit of a zigzag, but now it works. I'll probably have to do some similar shenanigans for dragging it across in the future. Hey, we've got green circuits. Welcome in, Equus. I don't know if you could tell, but I fucking immediately snapped to OBS when I heard that. That fucking sound has Pavloved me. It's so alarming. I hope you're doing okay, Equus. I was watching Zest earlier, doing some Space Station 13. I would like this a couple tiles over. Yeah. So I can like actually see what's on the belt. There we go. Now as for those, but why do they have a bunch of oh, they're grabbing the modules. Okay. Saying like, I could have sworn I made it a little bit better than that. They shouldn't have garbage in them. You know what? Move them over here. Bada bing, bada boom. Good, and now I should be able to just copy paste this. V. I didn't realize you could, I didn't realize you could rotate inserters that way. Or not inserters, recyclers. That's good. That makes things a little bit easier. So V. Okay, well, that one. These even connected still? They're connected. Perfect. There's a little bit of a dead area, but that's fine. Greater Void Works. Of course, they also don't have any Void Works to actually place in anything. Where do they have these efficiency runes? Because I have them all. Okay. You. Let's expand that out a little bit. That going there. That going there, and then you can... Now our scrap has doubled. The power of our scrap has doubled since last we met. Of course, this is already like... I guess it's still not really testing our power grid that much, although we are getting a little low on accumulators. Actually, drop the power supply, or the time frame. How is our accumulator crafting going? 2. Did I set this to request from buffer chests? I did. We just don't have enough logistic bots, which is understandable. Let's have this set up to, did I have it so that all the solid fuel goes here first? Yeah, it should. And of course, the ice should also go out there first. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's not so perfect. We need more accumulators. Let me just go ahead and grab all of the batteries and shuffle them in here. And I'll grab a bit more iron as well. And then that can work overtime. I'm gonna a couple uncommons. Just place them here. Oh wow, I didn't realize their power was double. Okay, so it doesn't keep doubling, it just keeps going up by 100% based on the normal value. Although the input and outputs don't go up. Interesting. Would have figured that they would keep in line. Well, nothing else will, I'm pretty confident that our power generation during the nighttime is fine. Yeah, the fact that it hits a flat line means that we do not have enough accumulators. And now the power's out. Luckily, night is already starting. I mean, I have efficiency modules in all of the void works, so there's not a whole lot else I can do with that. I guess what I could do is, via the power of being able to summon uranium to a planet that would not normally have it, is get a nuclear reactor set up. Well, I guess technically you can do that on any planet if you just import the fuel cells for it. Let me also check on Novis. How's it going over here? Still need a lot of that going. Okay. But I mean, we should be putting in work. Well, we've already generated over 700 each. This. Get up more of these. Someone here is actually working. Also, how's our power doing? I hope it doesn't... Okay. I have multiple connections now. I know one of the things I was wanting with, like, this and the bus is having a backbone, although this backbone does not, in fact, extend as far back as it should. Is there any way for me to disable that? Besides just not having bot mode on. I, like, don't have anything. Player robots? No. Okay. That's a little bit more manageable. So, yeah, several of these are not... Let's get one there. Wait, that's not right. Oh, right here, okay. And then right there, and then right there, and then that should be good. And then I should be fine with power lines elsewhere. Max that one. Unless, of course, it connects to a bunch of other things. Luckily, I can just shift click. I guess, is that gonna be... No, that's in range. Yippee. Oh, I didn't realize we could actually, like, see the status of the power switch. But now, I think I can safely say it is not needed. It means perhaps I can not break my base again. Yippery. Yeah, something like that. Aquas, you missed it. I accidentally disconnected a load-bearing power pole. Will break again, it always does. No, it'll be fine. This time, everything will work out. Been trying to slowly rework Navis and Make it a little less clusterfucky. Give myself a little bit more room to breathe. Of course, not being on the planet. Is that one girl from Skyrim who bears our burdens? Lydia. I don't know of how long this has been broken for. That exasperated way she says, what is it like? It is my deed to bear your burdens, or something like that. It is my duty to bear your burdens. This is rolling her eyes. Perfect. I did have to go back. It would have taken quite a bit to get a rocket built on Nowbeast. Luckily, I don't have to go back too far. I have autosaves every, like, few minutes, just because... I don't know. I don't know why they're every 3 minutes. Every 2 minutes, it seems. But obviously, it only holds 3 autosaves, so... Luckily, I was able to go back, and I didn't do a whole lot between. I was mainly, like, workshopping a design, which... I was able to get back in action. All quick-like. And now everything is fine. And I've just been working on Fulgora while I was waiting for the bots to clean everything up. Because this time I'm going to have the 4 stacks of iron, then the 4 stacks of copper. And that's probably going to be the last major redesign I do until, like, I really scale up and start doing, start using trains. Which I think I'm probably not going to do until I get elevated rails, which admittedly is 1 research away. But, yeah. I want to think about Gleba. I think for sure the next place I'm going is going to be Vulcanus. Okay, why is this backed up? Ah. It seems to be holmium. Alright, let me go ahead and get some more of this. And I probably should have had something else to be able to deal with excess. I guess to ensure that there's no contamination here, what I can do is I can have a holmium split. Although that should mean that literally everything is getting filtered out here. But I guess we'll find out if anything ever arrives on this belt. But yeah, now I need to worry about getting excess off of the bus and crushed. I need recyclers. I need steel and iron. Of course, we're not going to be getting a lot of while these things can't work. Just wondering how I want to... It would be nice to have an offshoot that's neat and repeatable. I feel like bring them southwards. Well, I'm gonna want that before the chests. And why did I have those undergrounded? Okay, so output priority, right. We'll bring that down, and then... What, basically the same thing with these? Output priority... I don't think those are ever gonna back up anytime soon. I should be able to just run this over here. So I do have these lines already set up for dealing with extras. That's not exactly the cleanest. Just get that going. Track that over a little bit. Okay. Then start crunching out all that holmium. Probably need more recyclers. But now is everything moving again? Indeed. Well, I guess these are a little backed up, but that'll be fixed once I get some more recyclers. Of course, all the iron is going over there. We just pilfer some. Slowly. Oh, they take 2 iron plates apiece? Oof. Let's just not have this have an output priority. Grab some iron gear wheels. In the meantime, so I can just help myself to some iron. And I needed steel as well, right? Yeah. Good. Concrete, get that. Got those crafted. I can get another one of these set up. That there. Inserter. I can deal with multiple products. Although I should have this so that it's not as disruptive. And just completely blocking off everything. Although now that's not ever going to output. I should just go ahead and filter that. Then now that's going to be empty, and then filter right. Perfect. And that all should be good. Actually surprised that holmium of all things backed up. Is it because it? Yeah, because it only stacks to 50. Well, no, these only stack to 50, and these are apparently way more common. Who knows? Alright. So, next I wanted to get our flying robot frames, which is going to need electric engine units. Oh, you know what? I have made some, but just probably going straight into the, yeah, here we go. Straight into the rocket assembler. Okay, so electric engines, we need electric circuits, engines, and lube. That should be pretty easy. Of course, I can just bot it. Let's expand this a little bit. I am making a lot of engines, so yeah, I think it might be best to just use that. And then I have lube over here. Lube is technically on the bus. So how do I get it up there? Perhaps if I run it along? Lube on the bus goes round and round. It's very important to keep your buses lubed. You never know when you might need it. Okay. What about... I guess I'll push that out one more. Rotate. These. Then engines and green circuits. just call in engines and we have green circuits down here, and that'll be good. Now, electric engines I don't think need to be on the bus. Engines, green circuits. Okay. Let's run this along. Okay, so terminate that there. Perfect. I don't need two sides though. So what we'll do is we'll put that there. I need it on the opposite side. Because I can use a requester chest. Oh, I didn't realize I had two of these. Okay. Obviously it's not enough, but yeah. We can bring this over here. Would have saved space if I left it over here. Okay. Because I do need to run it the other way. Perfect. And I don't have coverage here. Steel plates. Yoink. Red circuits. And you. Wait. I literally need gear wheels. We have no shortage of those. I should never have to craft a gear wheel on Fulgora. If I ever do, it's because I'm clearly forgetting about something. So you... Of course, is not going to be within range of... the lightning. And of course, my pitiful power generation from my armor is not able to allow my robots to actually place things. Why don't we do that there? That should be good. Are they ever... If I like drag it way out here. Ouch. I would have thought lightning strikes hurt so much. Just, there we go. That gets us a little bit extra space. Get that there. Get... Where's that? Maybe. What if I should have used my bus design from the other planet? But you know, once I get more infrastructure stuff, I can just rebuild things. Okay, so that's going there. Let's go ahead and get some engines. Normal engines. 500 engines. 500 engines. Oh yeah, we've got engines to spare. We've got engines for days. Question is, how many flying robot frames do we need? So they have 1 second craft time, or 20-second craft time. How long do electric engines need? 10 seconds. So one thing making electric engines can supply 2 things doing flying robot frames. Okay. So I can do up to 6 with these. Let's go ahead and do that. Here, I'll pull them down and then we can pass a provider chest. Perfect. Fast inserter. What are you waiting on? Because I didn't give you green. There we go. Perfect. Those will get made, and then I need 6 for flying robot frames. Then we should be good. I might just have to make this absolutely gigantic and ship as many things into it as I can. It shall be the storage. Sadly, while it can, I think... Yeah, I think these logistics only apply to the space platform. I don't know if things can... Yeah, no, bots can pick up from the trash slots. Okay. Input, output hatches. Output hatches. I guess output hatches are mainly for the space platforms. Okay, how's our accumulators going, by the way? Oh, and we are just about done with all the Voidcraft specific research. I don't know if anything else is... Ah, okay. No, there was some stuff behind other things that we don't have. Such as summoning nukes from the void, right? And of course, Aquilo. High Fulgora Voidcrafts. I don't know if that's really worth bothering with. Let's see, where is our... Well, all of our electric engines right now are going to be going towards this. And then once we get one of these crafted, everything should be good. Six flying robot frames. Maybe I should just make my... this parameterized assembler 6 times. Ad-lib. What are we ad-libbing? So why does this keep, like, getting rotated around? Oh, the ads. They're coming for you. Sometimes a little bit more fast. Wait, is that supposed to be the right way? Okay. So I don't have to keep fucking replacing this. Let me also go ahead and get some basic shit made. There was a way to stop the ads, indeed. If only there was a way to subscribe. Maybe get a Twitch turbo. But these things don't exist. It's a shame. It's a shame you can't subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime and stop the ads forever for 1 month. Requester chest. Okay, I think that's all of them. You know what else I'm gonna need is assemblers. Indeed. Assembler 2. We'll leave a space for assembler 3s for 1 month. Indeed. Okay, you know what? Lump. Because we are Moth. Then we'll get Arithmetic Combinator, Decider Combinator, Selector Combinator, Constant Combinator. That should be all good. And you know what else I'm not doing is leaving space for power. Drats. Okay. No. We're... If I make medium power poles, then I guess I can squeeze them in here, but like... Well, that's not ideal. You know what? I guess I'm gonna have to deal with it. Medium poles. Hey, give me that copper cable. Where's that sweet copper cable? We're completely out of copper cable. Because we're backed up on stone. Of course. Well, only there was some way to fix this. So output priority. And then you. Okay, that's gonna be a little tight. Maybe we'll worry about that later. So output priority on the right hand side. Get that going, and I just have to somehow send this. There we go. That doesn't exactly look clean, but maybe mixing them together is not the best idea. Nah, I'm sure they'll be fine. We just need more recyclers. Alright, in the meantime, every time for a while a month, indeed. Storage. I think these are all going to be storage chests, so let's place them. Cannot place on deep ocean. Well, that's a little bit of a problem. Well, there's your problem. And of course, all the constant combinators. Of course, we're questioning them from buffer chests. That's going to be a huge pain in the ass. Considering it's not already checked, that means I'm going to have to do it for literally every single one. Yikes. Okay, let me just make sure all these are good to go. That I didn't accidentally skip over one. You should be getting all the materials you need to start making those. Oh, there. Okay. That's not gonna work. Can't actually tell like where its passover line is, or where its connection is. So just connecting with the cable is not enough. So if I place it here, okay, so we have to do that. Not exactly pretty, but grab some copper cables, and of course we're out of copper cables because they're all going towards electric assemblers. Noble sacrifice. Okay, you. But what the hell are the constant combinators for? They aren't even connected to anything. Oh, can be deleted after placement. Okay. Does it actually have to be placed, or does it just mean like placed in the blueprint? Oh, you know, it's probably for adding a parameter, the nobility of numbers. Yeah, that's what I call my dynasty whenever I play one of their medieval games. I can't remember the last one I played. I know there was one game that I always wanted to finish, although from what I understand, even the developer didn't finish it. Made a lot of waves back in the day. It's called Banished. It's like some little town builder back from 2014. It has generally positive reviews, but a lot of people say that, you know, the dev had features that they were working on and just abandoned it. I don't think the game was in early access, but that doesn't really mean anything. It's definitely not a forgiving game as far as town builders go. Where do I want the lubery to go? Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll move the lubery. Lube. some foundation, of which we apparently don't have many. Oh, because we're missing 12 foundation here, of course. Well, I'll just put this here for now. Chemical plant. I was kind of wanting to put this here. You know, there's a whole bunch of foundation that... Do I need foundation to pick up the foundation? That's kind of bothersome. Give me the foundation. There we go. Let's pull a lot of these up and then expand them once we have extras to expand. Okay. Get that going there, and then this is going to need... Do I need to push it out one? I do need to push it out one. Okay. That there. You. Then lube and perfect. Should keep the lube more than going. Yeah, it looks like it's filling up. If anything, I could even make a storage tank just to have a little bit of a backup. Okay. Hey, we've got extra... Really? We have extra electric engines. We have our first rocket silo. It's an odd number of tiles big. I don't like that. Okay, well, likely just going to be using it with bots. We'll worry about that later. How do the different planets work on Void Block? Welcome in, Ruby. So, you still are limited based on being able to only craft certain things in certain places, right? You can only make the recyclers on Fulgora. You only make the furnace, no, not furnaces. Foundries, that's the word I'm looking for. On Vulcanus. What you have to do first, which was actually a little annoying, is on Nauvis, you have to summon the raw material. Also, don't pay attention to Nauvis. We're doing major reconstruction here. You have to summon whatever material it is here, like scrap, to get your first piece of trigger technology done, which normally is, you know, mine scrap, which of course can't do here when there is no islands nor scrap to mine. And then you just replace scrap with whatever resource it is. At that point, you get all the trigger techs unlocked for whatever it is. Like, you get this, so then you can start making the recycler, which of course you have to craft on Fulgora. So at that point, once you summon a scrap or whatever the bacteria is on Gleba, right? Where's the trigger tech for that? Yeah, one of these or the tungsten ore. Then that's when you can head over and start summoning in the things. Of course, I got this set up. It's very, very power hungry, and I even have efficiency modules in it, and it's still quite thirsty for power. Been working on trying to get my accumulators more fleshed out. I was trying to make a belt bus work on Fulgora, although I might just go ahead and flying robot flames, get those going. I'm having a little bit of a problem with wiring extra stuff out. I didn't really set up for that. Kill the werewolf as I died. What game are you playing? I'm liking it. It of course would be nice to have someone else to say work on another planet while I'm struggling through one of them, because obviously the whole setup is way slower. Also, why are you not getting any things? I bet it's because we don't have enough logistic bots. Indeed. Okay. Just go ahead and get flying robot frame set up. Let's get this over here for now. Flying robot frames. Okay, well, that's a little awkward. The logistic bots. There we go. Remove that. And I can even... I can't put these in the ghost. How long until those assemblers get assembled? They're assembled. Perfect. Oh, they already got placed. Well, never mind then. Storage. Seems that we just need steel. Let's just go ahead and grab some steel and get this a little bit of a head start. That seems to be mainly what we're missing for getting a lot of these fleshed out. I do have chests to make it myself, so let's just do that really quick. We should have more than enough materials for that. Then as far as placing these, I will make the bots do it. Request a chest. Request robots. I guess we only need to request 50. Then 50 of those, and then you can just get put right in. And then what do I need to bring over to you to get you started? Steel, batteries, electronic circuits, and engines. And as we get more of these going, of course... wait, no, electronic circuits down here. And I already forgot what else. Batteries. Yeah, once these get fleshed out, then the bots will be less stressed about it. Maybe I should even put productivity? Nah, productivity I don't think is all that needed. And then that can go. Then you just need red chips and flying frames. Excellent. Then I just need to make sure to keep up with getting you all your electric engines. They're probably being grabbed by, yeah, oh, 400. Yeah, they are being grabbed by rocket silos. But they're not going to do that forever. Let's get rid of all this holmium ore. Okay. Recyclers, gear wheels. Let me go ahead and not plenty of gear wheels on me. Just need some steel plates. Which, of course, I just grabbed, like, literally all of them. Let's go ahead and double up our waste processing. Well, it's not a critical pull for coverage. Okay. We're good to go. And that should be good. It doesn't look like anything else is over full right now. Excellent. How many bots are we at? 40. But we have some that aren't in use. Maybe just because we don't have enough materials. Our copper cable is like stretched absolutely thin. Let me check our accumulators here. Of course, I can't really speed them up. Wait, can accumulators be made in, I think I'm in the wrong building. They can be made in an electromagnetic plant. What am I doing? Unfortunately, I don't really have the space for them there. So I'll have to make it different. Plot, mall design. But it's not like it's complicated. passive requester. Accumulators, get quality in there. And you should be good to go. Now you can craft way faster and get inherent productivity. Oh, are we just like... everything placed? Indeed, everything is placed. Of course, I believe we're still hitting our ceiling here, which means there is room for more. Let's go ahead and get these fancier ones placed down. Oh, that means I do need to get some foundations. You know what? Let me get conch. Ah, right. If I start requesting stuff. Oh, geez. Well, I do have that rocket silo. I think it might be time for me to head back to Nauvis and fix things over there while this can just, I don't know, work, I guess. Let me get the silo put up in a slapdash fashion. Right next to the storage. That sounds good to me. So I need some foundations. This filled in. Alrighty. I do need light oil, which means I need to start boiling the ice, but that's not really going to be a problem. Do I need, is it just light oil or is it light oil and iron plates? Okay, it's light oil and solid fuel. Well, we have a lot of one of those. Where the rocket cell go? There we go. Really don't like that it's like one tile offset. Okay. Productivity. We can just get the low density structures and processing units straight from here. Low density. I guess they don't need to be in separate chests. It'll be nice to actually feed them a little bit faster. So we'll do, takes like 100. Oops. Then low density structures, we'll do 100. And then rocket fuel. We'll also do 100. Excellent. Let me head on over here. Luckily, we have plenty of ice. An endless amount of it. An endless amount of solid fuel as well. Although what's not so endless is my foundations. I should summon more. Luckily, at least power is not going to be a problem. We have to do oh, actually, it's not even going to matter on Vulcanus. It's not like we have the sulfuric acid spouts, but I mean, we can summon sulfur, and I bet we're going to be able to summon calcite. Calcite processing. Craft calcite. Oh, right. Okay. No, I will be able to still do it on Vulcanus. Of course, I can't craft it anywhere else. Even if I do have the sulfuric acid and calcite. Okay. No easy steam power here. Let's see. I could probably do a split belt of ice and solid fuel. And belt it over here. Let me go ahead and skip this concrete as much as I can. So you... And then, how do I want to fix this? Bring that over. Maybe split this here. And then I want to make sure that they only go half and half. So what if I do like this and then that? It's not gonna work. What about this one? Perfect. It's a little messy and ugly, but gets the job done. Oop, shit. Rotate. Okay, crisis averted. Let's pull that over here. Let's pull it over here. And I need chemical plants to melt the water, and then chemical plants also for melt the water, turn the heavy oil into light oil. Ice melting. I don't know how much ice melting I'm gonna need. Do that. Okay. Let's bring you over. Oh good, I can pick up the foundation with landfill. We do the same, but I'm not gonna be able to just put it right next to it. Okay, heavy oil. I can swap that over. Although I'm gonna need a little bit more foundation, because I will need 2 squares out for this. I don't even have any more chemical plants. Okay, well, I guess we'll just have the 1. So light oil, and then... oh shit, I still need to make 1 anyway. Okay, pipes and electronic circuits. Get some iron, let's go get some... I don't have much electronic circuits, but... yeah, we have some. Okay. You, rocket, fuel. Are these not made in a chemical plant? An assembling machine. Okay. Let's put it here to be a little compact for the time being. Let's get these going. Wind you over. Hopefully we have a little bit more foundation. I'm just gonna have to set up a shuttle. Once I fix NLVs, what I'll have to do is set up a shuttle to just be constantly taking trips back and forth. Bring in foundation, because like, obviously I don't really have a problem expanding NLVs for power. And, you know, summoning in however many things I need here. I think I have 2 chests for foundation, right? Yeah, so I have almost 20,000 foundation ready to go. Although, I'll also have to redo my rockets. I think what I'll do, I'll try to aim for, I don't know, 20 rockets at least. No, we're more than 10, but the more the merrier. Okay, so you I have to bring over. I might as well just build you normally. Okay. Why are you not getting any blue chips? Oh, because you don't have requests from buffer chests. That would explain quite a lot. Logistic bots. Not many. I'm also not putting the better ones in there. Okay. Logistic bot. Of course, I can't do any. Filter slot 1. Can I do any? Any. Oh, I can't set a number. Okay. That's a bother. So uncommon. Then I guess the only other ones we'll have is rare. So yeah, we'll just do that, and then I'll have to do the same for construction bots. Rare. So we're not going to be making any higher quality ones than that right now. Okay. So I need more assemblers. Luckily, I set an assembler maker. those dealt with. 4. Okay. Like, skip it over. No. Okay. No, that's gonna work. No, I'm gonna need to put a space between them. I selected that the wrong way. I guess I might as well just put a space between these. Let's put that here, and we'll get an underground. And then put a space. We have 2 for rocket fuel. Get that going. That sells nothing. I'm trying. Being a little annoying. Because we just have a happy 18th. 18th? Is there something special about the 18th? Super special, I was unaware. 18th day of the month, okay. Well, happy 18th day of this particular month to you. I guess we just deal with these. Okay, pipe that over, and then I'll need long-headed inserters. Oops. Indeed, the hollowed weenies are arriving soon. So if I get that, this feels substandard, but I don't know, man. Oh no. Okay, I can fix this. There we go. Should have more than enough water. We're doing on light oil. Looks like it's going up. Excellent. Yeah, we're just waiting for rocket fuel. But let's also put this in my game blueprints. Should probably copy this over my game blueprints. 480 watt, yeah, power switch. Okay, I should probably jettison everything because we're about to get a rocket and I can go back up into space. Yeah, we're 64%. All right, robots. Clean my inventory. It is demanded. Or I shall be launching into space soon. Matter of fact, it might be about the same time that you finish cleaning up my inventory for me. Oh, there she is. I can leave this godforsaken planet soon, and I can go fix Navis. And see about exporting industrial quantities of foundation, since that's kind of my limiting factor here. And of course, just making them here instead of summoning them needs power, which needs foundation in the first place. Vicious cycle. I don't have enough logistic bots. Maybe I'll see about importing some logistics bots. Hello, Ripwell. Good to see you. Meow do you do? I hope you're having a positively perfect day. Or night. finally. I am free. Maybe getting electromagnetic science might be a little bit further than I had initially planned. But, okay, I could probably expand that. Super hungry and super tired. That's a mood. That's me always. Okay, what if we expand this? That's not right. Oh. These aren't, there we go. Because these aren't the same. I forgot. I need to get some lights here. I do have some crackers, but of course eating them would be very loud. And oh, that lamp does not even help. Get that going. Are they of the wizard variety? No, they're of the polearm variety. They are lance crackers. Oh, I'm not making pipes here. Ah, that could be a problem. No, our stuff is gonna start getting hit. Okay, well, this needs to get fixed. I like to cook when I'm tired, but I can't sleep if I'm too hungry. Yeah, that's a mood. I try not to eat after a certain time in the day though. And I just suffer. Okay, there we go. I don't have to worry about those getting blown up. I think I'm good to go. Oh, right, the pipes. I don't even like need to actually build this myself. Okay, just get let's go pipe. We'll do 2 stacks. And then pipe to ground, 2 stack. Perfect. All right. Compressor chest. Everything should be fine. All right, they're just waiting for foundations. Okay, well, if nothing else, we should start getting more electric engines. I don't think production's a problem now that I believe we're good on rockets. You know what? Whatever, we should have a decent amount. Let's head back to space. We'll also save really quick, just to be safe. Well, space platform. Yippee! Whoosh. All right. You head to Navis. I know a fuel limiter, right? Yeah, okay. It still works. We're also apparently getting no science. Yippee. Oh, that's what I should put for redeem a yippee. This obviously needs to get reworked. I wish I had my old designs. Whatever, they're lost to time. Waiting on the horse noise. Okay. I'll see what I can do for tomorrow. Maybe I'll find something for like an Uma Musume graphic or something. Man, this ship sure is slow when you limit its fuel to like 10%. Isn't there like a nay or something? Let me peep it. Sounds. Scroll. Any Wicker and Winnie? Nay. There's not like a... My default of playing for these is going to be the same thing that's playing the music right now, so I'm just going to play them, but I don't suppose there's a JoJo sound in here, is there? Let's see. Scroll all the way down to Y. I don't see a yes. Okay. Sad. No, don't you mean nay? Alright, drop to Navis. Not enough logistics space. How the hell did that happen? Ah. Why the hell did this happen? We don't have water? What the hell happened to the water? Okay. The hell's even backed up? I don't know how cooked this is. What are you doing, turning oil into water? Sadly we can't burn oil. Oh, come on, was that not enough? No power. Right. Welp. This is kinda... just kind of a shitty situation. Oh, I have water. Wait. Okay, hold on. Power. Okay. Shit. Where are some pipes? Give me the pipes. Give me the pipes. Pipe. Can I even run it all the way down here? It's a teensy bit of water. We got a large water backup and cutting it off. Yeah. Perhaps. Let me get some undergrounds. Okay. I got a snake through it here. Yes. Okay. Oh, thank God we have water once more. No, it was in my effort to clean up the base, I didn't have an output for a lot of this stuff, and thus it backed up. Which meant that the things generating water in the first place had nowhere to output their junk materials. That's probably something I should switch over to another recipe so that it literally... Well, no. Water generates stone and slime. Now, slime I could just directly burn. Stone, on the other hand, is a little bit more of a problem. Okay, you know what? Personal logistics. Bring me the goods. Speaking of... Ooh, am I making storage tanks? No. We don't have a lube. What happened to the lube? Oh, right. I happen to the lube. Okay. stone out of water? I'm filtering the water. You see, it's goo, and then we filter it, and then we get water and stone and also goo. Well, I can't just rotate one of these. If it wasn't for the stone, and there's also no way for me to like have this be clean, this is by far the best way to get water, is purifying it. It generates so much, but of course you will always have a stone byproduct. And I should have bought a recycler. It's more that I'm using multiple products on my waistline, and well, I mean, you can see how much of a mess this is. And I removed some things in order to like try cleaning some things up. And I removed a little bit too much, and then some things did not have anywhere to go. I'm actually using quite a bit of landfill, apparently. Because this landfill chest has barely any landfill in it. It's just once, when everything else, I might have to deal with a different... You know what? This is going to get its own waste production line. That'll solve it, probably. Wood, okay. Let's move this over. Then I'll need a boiler and a steam engine. At least our reactor didn't melt down from having no water. Although, you know, I know there's a mod that makes it so that it does that. I think someone earlier, a few streams ago, said that if they take damage while at high heat, they'll explode. I know for a fact there's one that makes it so that if they just get too hot, they explode regardless. That wouldn't be a fun time. But so summoning water directly is of course very slow compared to the filtration recipe, but I do have the capability to remove the byproduct so that it only generates water. So maybe I should have some of those as a backup. I wonder how much water that this reactor actually goes through. I can easily find that out. 48 boilers. 10.3 water. Okay. So that's like 4,000 something or other. 8x 10.3. 500 units of water a second. And then one of these generates... One of these generates 280 units of water every 2 seconds. But also, it's faster than that. I could... What am I even doing? I could literally make a steam by 500%. Output by factory 48. 48. Okay, good. You. 2 greater void works would be enough. Okay. I wonder if an exalted would just be fine by itself. One exalted would be fine. So if I also do... What about the other recipe? Hidden? They're disabled. Are they locked? They're locked, okay. A greater, so yeah, I'm pretty sure if I just set that exalted, it'd be fine. And I would need some of that, but it would solve the problem. Okay. Now I just need to get my green goo over here. It's not even that far of a trip. Greater void works. Okay. You. Oh, I can print lava. I make calcite. Need to make Okay. Let me go ahead and craft these really quick. Just to get the recipes done. Okay, perfect. Goodbye, friends. Now I have some new research. Of course, that's for Fulgora, or not Fulgora, for Vulcanus. I know we can make foundries if we get there. Of course, I can't actually craft tungsten I can craft tungsten carbide here. Okay. Daggerfall Unity crashed. Oof. Also, be careful about Unity. Isn't there like some sort of big old security exploit right now? Hopefully they fixed it. I know I got a patch for GTFO earlier, which I've not launched in a long time, and I don't think the devs have really done anything with it. But what's spoilage? What the hell's spoiling? Whatever. But yeah, I got an update to fix whatever that Unity issue is. Okay, so you guys... Right, I need the steam engine to burn the burnables. And then we get the stone. So I need water to burn. Okay. So first we do there, then we split this off to stone. Not to be confused with rock. Okay. And then I can, what, just turn this straight into landfill? And that'll probably be fine for, like, hours. Why do I have 2 robots in my inventory? I guess I actually need robots here, because I actually have power generation. Let me see if I can't pilfer some robots from one of these robot ports. We have 500 bots. Where are they? Those are logistics bots. That's not what I need. However. Give me the bots. Right, I also have to fix our lube. We are out of lube. A terrible time to be alive. You know what? I might even just make it a little easy for the way it is. No reason to fix it. Well, it's non-existent the way it is right now, so, you know, I kind of do have to fix it. Can I summon lube? I can summon lube. Praise. I don't need an exalted void works for that. Now, hopefully, is that a waistline? It is. Okay. Get rid of these. And now we have lube. Again. Those are connected, right? I might as well connect them again up here just to be safe. And we'll get a storage tank for the lube so that it can back up, so that if I break anything again, we'll at least have a little bit of a power or a storage. Can't be too careful with your lube. I was wondering why science was like completely dead. Okay, you. Let's get that. Okay, assembler, landfill. Where she be? Here we go. Of course, it's out of range of the power grid. And then a passive provider chest. Is that actually outputting its power anywhere? It's gotta be, although I don't know what... Okay, it's connected to that. Perfect. There. Now these should have a significantly lesser chance of backfilling. Let me also go ahead and get these. then dude. I will want pumps. Pumping back and forth. How even should I have this water back up? You know what? I'll just connect them manually for now, and then if some shit happens, I can manually disconnect them. Or I can disconnect them once they're full, and then if some shit happens, I can manually reconnect them, and then we'll be good. And this should not be a problem anymore. Although, if I just make the water with this, and it's also going to be less of an issue. And now I could even summon it directly over here, since I'm not going to have to worry about outputs. And that would probably be the safest thing to do, but... Good, it's all set up. Now let's head over here and fix our production. Furnaces, all right. I believe I had this like up here. I need it. I want some space. So I'll put this like way over here. Too bad I don't have it aligned to chunks. That would be nice. I don't know how big this is. I could have spaces between them. It also looks like I actually need to workshop it a little bit more, because it doesn't have things for generating or for getting rid of its byproducts properly. Okay, well, we can workshop it. Inserters, we'll do iron. And void works. I guess I should probably leave those as it is for the time being, so that they do not in fact start building stuff. Bug. Air robots. Robot tasks? Interesting. I do need some more beep boops. If I can find out where the hell they are. I want to say I set up something, one of the roboports to actually like request having enough robots so that I could pilfer them in the future. But oh, they're almost all deployed anyway. Okay. Well, I bet they're all deployed because of that massive blueprint that I just put down. Okay. I need my bots. I keep seeing construction bots leave. Okay, 3 bots. How many can I even... I can hold 30. Or I can make use of 30, so I'll just keep pilfering until I get my 30 bots. There we go. I also have the capabilities to start getting a Power Armor Mark II. I could have made that on Fulgora. I mean, I can make that here, but it's basically free on Fulgora. Well, it's basically free anywhere due to the power of summoning things through the void, but I mean, you get what I mean. Also, once I do get electromagnetic science packs, it does get us into the realm of almost mech armor. Although 5,000 packs, that's crazy. Never mind if you're trying to fish for a legendary one. Oof. Although just having one means that we are no longer constrained to our earthly form. Copper strolomite? Oh, I could even just like craft that right now and get that taken care of. Not that we can actually make use of it, but we only have 2 rare greater void works. Sad. All right. Let's see what we have here. I think I needed... Yeah, we'll summon in one of them's. We'll summon in one of them's. Perfect. I get those trigger attacks. Oh, of course, we need to make Jelly Nut and Yumako. byproducts do these have? So you get iron bacteria, which is iron ore, or well, iron ore after a minute, or just directly iron ore or iron plates. That's not bad. Of course, having to wait the whole minute is a thing. Nutrients. Ooh. That's interesting. Also, the fact that we can print lava. Do we have the recipes to just make them? I mean, of course, we'll need to actually be there to make the foundries. Oh, okay, yeah, that's tied to that recipe, of course. Maybe redoing this whole setup right now isn't... Well, I already took it down. I'm committed to it. But, yeah, I guess whenever I redo it next time, I might as well just wait until I get... Look at foundries going. Craft bioflux, create 500. Okay, well, we can worry about that later. Just want to try and get some of the trigger text done. That's about half done. Of course, bacteria cultivation, bioflux processing, and the stupid science packs. I really wish that those packs didn't expire. Like, I can deal with every other part of expiring on Fulgora. Oh, we don't even need to be excellent. We don't even need to be on another planet to craft this. I forgot. Yeah, I can deal with the freshness mechanic for the most part, but it would be nice if crafting this science pack like stabilized it. And of course, making the higher quality ones does, you know, give you the benefit of, well, it has the longer till it starts to rot. Of course, you still want to have a better process to making it. Let's actually see. Spoil time, yeah, 2.5 hours. Of course, you're never going to get the 600% science capacity, even if it's legendary. Because it's going to expire a little bit before it can get shipped across planet lines. Okay, yeah. Let me go ahead and start getting this going for a Power Armor Mark II, which I don't have Power Armor Mark II able to be. I thought I had that learned. I don't have Power Armor Mark II. Ah, it's behind yellow science. Okay. Let's see. Just do the research on the other planet or mod to remove the spoil. Yeah, well, again, you can't... Once we have biolabs, there's no, we have to do research here. It has that innate science pack resist, which, I don't know, luckily or unluckily doesn't change with quality. I mean, it'd be pretty fucking busted if it was, equivalent to, like, the big miner that has the 50% resource drain. Something that, of course, we're never going to use. All the way down to 8%. If you could take your science pack drain to 8% on a legendary, oof. And of course the innate research speed, which you do get to offset by putting productivity in there and then surrounding the thing with speed. I might see about getting something to, like, I don't know, remove the timer specifically for those, because like it's not like it would be hard to implement it. Like if something is, if the freshness of all the ingredients are like, let's say they're 75%, right, for an average, well then you just spit out a pack that has 75% 75% of its capacity, but then you could, you know, stack them just like you can stack normal science packs to get some of that capacity back. Oof, I didn't realize this blueprint was that bad. Okay, well, I guess we're really having to workshop it. Okay. I realized I made so many changes without copying it. So I now have all this beautiful refined concrete, even though there's a lot of holes all over the place. I don't think I'm gonna sacrifice the biolabs. They also, I think, have more module slots. It's not something I'm gonna fork over. Module slots, you have 4 compared to 2. Okay. So that go there. And then this. What? Parameter 1. Let's go in here. So that's gonna make iron ore, and iron plates, and stone. Of course, the ore we're taking, so we're only outputting stone and iron plates and void shards. So this has to be a parameter. Parameter 2? I don't even know if I need to put a parameter on this. I think it does the parameter like when I make the blueprint. So being able to build certain things with certain planets. I can kinda understand it, you know, needing certain conditions, but it also, you know, at that point you'd probably be in the position of, you know, either shipping raw materials over or shipping refined things. I think it's to get it so that you don't just have like a bunch of production on one planet and only have like raw material gathering on others, and you actually have to build factories. But yeah. Then of course there are certain recipes that can only be crafted on other planets. I am wondering if lava is going to be... No, of course lava is not going to be limited, because you can already use those on anywhere else. That would also defeat the point of even unlocking foundries if you could only get colder hot or something like that. I don't know why you just couldn't simulate the environment in a lossy way. Yeah. Wait, what do I use these for? Yeah, especially since like it doesn't even take any sort of special materials that you can only get from there, but does mean it does force you to use you know, the other planets as like the shipping lines, forcing you to use the space platforms as shipping lines. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, we'll do output priority. Hold on. Do that there. Then input priority on the right. Force max volume. Oof. I've been getting really irritated lately with various ads and stuff. There used to be federal rules against it, but it used to be like you had to like normalize your volume, because I guess something that used to happen back in the day was having ads blaringly loud over the programming, although I guess that's something a little hard to do when you know, there isn't really like a sound level standard on YouTube or whatever. Is that right? There we go. Okay, do I put a buffer here? Buffer. I do want it. Standards, yeah. Also, given that a lot of those laws were written before the internet was a thing and likely have not been revised. Yeah. Okay, you know what? What I'll have to do is we'll do a buffer chest here, and then a requester chest here. What they do is space platforms as shipping lines just to create materials in space and send it. We don't create the materials in space, but yeah. Buffer, okay. But then what's the point of having the buffer here? I guess to make it so that it never gets grabbed from. List of things to do for anyone other than the consumer, yeah. Okay, so... iron? 4,000. But then that'll be a parameter when I copy this. I wonder if this being a parameter right now is gonna cause a problem. I guess it doesn't matter as long as I don't connect it to power. Let me go ahead and properly. Okay, inserters, iron ore, void works. Iron ore. There we go. That should be good. 4,800. Then I'll want this to be an input priority from the bottom one. That means it's never gonna... Oh wait, but that doesn't even have to get filled up from that way. Matter of fact, the only purpose of it is to have bots inject things into the system. Okay. I think that should be good. Then I just have to deal with some sort of computable thing here. Oh, that's not even necessary. Well, and then any extras will come through there. There's planet stuff. I feel like you should have ways around things, or should be more logic why you can't do some things on certain planets. Maybe it's too hot, or maybe it's too cold. Well, I think that's kind of like, because a lot of the things are, the way that they're written, I don't know if it's either or, but it's like, okay, well, to craft this, you need a higher magnetic field, right? And the only planet that has that is Fulgora, or, well, I don't really have anything else unlocked right now because I haven't done the other planets, but like, you know, to craft a foundry, you need immense pressure of 4,000, whatever those are. How much pressure is now VSAT? I'm not familiar with pressure in terms of HPA. What does that turn into Atmos? I have to look this up. Access pressure. 1 HPA equals 100 pascals. Okay. What the hell's one? People just say like 1 atmo for atmospheric pressure. Isn't it like 9 point something psi? In pascals. Branch. No, 14. I thought it was 9 point. Atmospheric pressure. Let's see. Standard atmosphere. Symbol ATM. So that is a thing. I'm not just making stuff up. Is equivalent to... None of these are HPA. Okay. Well. Oh, 1013 HPA. Okay, so now this is almost Earth-like atmosphere. Ever so slightly lower. And then Vulcanus is about 4 times as much pressure. Gleba is about twice as pressure. Fulgora is about 80% the pressure. And Aquila is about 30%. I see. Is this gonna work going forward? I'll of course have to put up lines for the lube. 4,000, 4,000. All of these products should stack the same, right? 100, 100, 100. What bricks? Of course, bricks are special, boys. Okay. So I don't want to break this. Steel 2.0. Okay, what? That is definitely not steel. That's why it's incomplete. It's literally not complete. I had a different one for fucking the furnaces. I copied this for the steel and then I just removed the outer ones. And then I placed that. I never actually converted into an updated blueprint. Okay, well, let me go ahead and copy this so that I don't accidentally break it. And then we'll select new contents for the blueprint. No tiles. Entities, parameterize. Filter, inserter, parameter. What are those for? Ingredient of, what are they called again? Voidworks. Voidworks, parameter, material. 4,000 doesn't really need to be. It would be nice if I could just have a formula for it. That also just needs to stay there. 4,000. I'll do like, I don't know, 4,500. Perfect. That should be more or less good. I guess it's technically not 2.0 anymore. And then as long as I move this up here, yeah, everything should go. High pressure requires really strong pressure vessels. Yeah. You know, the blobfish only looks like it because, like, all the photographs of the blobfish are at, you know, like sea level and light pressure. In which case it deforms because it lives in a high pressure environment. Blobfish is not supposed to look like that. I think there's some pictures around of what it's supposed to look like. You know, in a more acclimated environment. Okay, let's get the Roboport in there. It's scary looking. Well, that's not a very nice thing to say to Mr. Blob. How would you say Mr. Blob is scary? Ooh, I probably should have aligned this to put this against a chunk so that I would have a better time of trying to figure out. These are all scary looking. Okay, how close are you? You are 4 tiles over, which means... Okay, what if I just have all the bots, like, rip this up? Let's build another one of these over here. Prickly short cactus without whiskers. Let me see blobfish. And all the pictures I've seen are just, you know, it being a blob. A blobfish. Oh, I do have some. That doesn't even look that scary. Yeah. A little catfish, meow meow. But just, you know, it's on stream so I don't have to look it up. 1 second. Set up for display capture because I like never do it. I can put a link to chat. I mean, here's the Wikipedia page. Wait, I think I have something that I can do. Hold on. I think I can just like add an image. No, because I know I was watching something with like, how do I do it? You know what? Whatever. Too much work. Okay. I guess it doesn't really need to be perfectly centered. Okay, let me at least get this up here. Then that'll cover that. Well, it should show me the orange area where it's going to be. Okay, and then we get that there, and then I get a third one over here. And, well, no, because then that's going to be like kind of overrunning the that back line. Okay. I'll pick these up. Pick that up, and then let me redo these. Then we should be good. We should be cooking. Of course, they don't have power, so we're not actually gonna see what his range is. Which is a little bothersome, because I kind of need to see that, and I absolutely do not want that connecting to anything else. Oh, you know what I can do is a substation, like way out here. Okay. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about power connecting. I just make sure that these are, in fact, all put exactly where they need to be. Since, those connection lines so rudely don't show up when they are not powered. And I believe that this is a fine blueprint. I'm sure we'll encounter problems with it immediately. Harnesses, select new contents for the blueprint. Don't need tiles. Parameters. It works. And material. Parameter. I'll just set that to like 4,500. Doesn't really need to be anything different. And then the other thing, doesn't matter. Save. Perfect. Now I believe this is ready for showtime. Just have to find somewhere to put it. I do wonder how many of these I can fit. I don't think they're like as big as a chunk. Okay, hold on. I'll put it like there. Ooh, with the roboports, they are ever so slightly bigger than one chunk, or half a chunk. I could probably have one roboport servicing two. Okay, let's see. That might work. So we can easily flip it, but then I'll just have to deal with the rear lines. And then I think I might be able to constrain it a little bit better. Okay. Let me start getting rid of these. So the concrete is being deployed. Okay. Let's axe this really quick. It would be nice if I could have a neat way to tile it. I think I've got something cooking. Okay. The only thing, the only problem is, as far as the length goes, 2. It's a little... Ooh, I think that's like right in the center. 5 on each side. Yep. Okay. We'll put this here. Inserter. Not that it really matters. Iron ore. Void works. That one. Main material. Iron plate. Place them. Should probably just not even do it with the bots. And then I can fix this up. Am I not making loaders? I'm not. I have a parameterized assembler Rubicon that can fix that. Well, considering they don't even use the first one, I don't think I even need to bother making the previous ones. It is a little bit bothersome that you don't need the previous ones to make the next ones, but whatever. I don't need to be bringing Crastorio into here, because that is how everything works in Crastorio. All right. Let's see here. Sorry, bots. I'm going to abduct you now. Get bot ducted. Okay. Now if we hit this V. Inserter. Iron ore. Void works. That one. Main material. Iron plates. Ooh, and it does fit exactly. Perfect. The only thing is, of course, I need to fix this up, which I can just do by literally copying this over. Why does that seem wrong? It is wrong. Okay. It's gonna be one tile up. You know what? That's fine. That means I'm gonna have to flip this. Are my bots on? There we go. U. B. Okay. Put that over. Don't know why that didn't place. Okay. I think that's more or less good. One tile off is a little bit of a bother, but you know what? It does not matter. Furnace stack. So this will be a furnace stack, what, 2.5? Single. And then I'll get a new one. Blueprint. Copy that. No tiles. Blueprint name. I need a name for it. Put that in there. Copy paste this because I'm lazy. Double. Then I would like to snap it to the grid. Grid size, height. Is Factor chunks 32? Yeah, because it would have to be, because it's one chunk short. Is it in Minecraft that they're 36? No, 36 would be 18. I don't know why I keep thinking that 32 chunk size. Anyway. Grid position. Absolute. Just do 0. Grid position, what, like -1Y? Okay. Now for width. I want this to be, I guess it doesn't have to be that, perfect. Let's see how it wants to go here. I could just limit it to a single 32 by 32. Now that I think about it. 32, is it going to just start on the corner? Okay. That'll probably be a little bit more manageable. Keep it a little bit clean and tidy. Yeah. It does shift the other one up, but you know what? That's fine. Start ripping these up. Gonna have a lot of bots I'm gonna have to free from my inventory, but I now have a furnace 2.5. Excellent. Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. It'll probably last a while because I don't think it's going to be exactly a quick job until we get furnaces. No, not furnaces. I keep saying furnaces. Foundries. Foresaw it indeed. Forsooth, even. Bots. Okay, I can free you. Be free, my little bot. Oh. Nah, that's not a problem. We're fine. Although, we don't have enough storage for... I said a buffer chest. That's provided chest is fine. I don't have the storage for these. So we'll get more. Oh, there's a whole place actually done. So how has Fulgora managed to... not make anything? I swear I made one for pipes. Indeed I did. So where the hell are all the logistic bots? Right. Might have to change it to passive provider chest and change this whole thing, because that's going to be annoying to keep forgetting. And of course we are now backed up on something else. Hope my server not work. You know what? Just take a stack of iron if you would kindly. Okay. It's not stone. Of course. It's these. Because I don't have an outlet for when these are too full. I guess it could be constantly crushing down iron plates if they fill up, and leave have it be so that gear wheels never get destroyed for the sake of getting destroyed. I think we'll do that. Let's go ahead and fix this situation. Output party. Going towards the bus. So we're going to be making a lot of iron. Well, we're going to be making a lot of gears, and of course it's only usually return 24%. Yeah, it's only going to be 25%, so hopefully this is fine. I'll have to fix that up, and of course a lot of these materials just do not have ways to vent excess, but nice Fulgora can keep working for now. And in the meantime, let me just go ahead and copy paste these a few times. So I'm sure we could use the additional power storage. Then I can forget Fulgora for a little bit. Excellent. Not that we're gonna have that much foundation. Only have like a couple hundred. But it's a-okay. So now I have my big furnace. Okay. Then double. I am very proud of this blueprint. Do I have my bots on? I do. Build my bots. Oh, look at that beautiful swarm deploy. A bunch of little busy bees. And I definitely don't need 480. We'll limit it down to 50. I only had 480 because I was planning on redoing that steel stack, and of course I am gonna need to redo my steel stack, but I'm pretty sure we also just have a lot in storage at this point. Unless I just have them all. No, where the hell are they? For this? We have 16 extra. Okay. Did I not set that for like 5 stacks? Steel plates. That could be a little bit of a problem. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, I also didn't upgrade these with the better inserters, but I don't think it's actually required. So, whatever. I'll probably just have to make something a little, not optimal. So go ahead and start making some steel. Let me also go ahead and figure out where this, problem on this is. Okay. So I should get one more here. And then that should keep these going properly. I'll have to re-blueprint it. Which is going to be extra hassle. Are these not connected? Or are those two not connected to anything else? What? That's very strange. Okay. I don't know how that happened. It should basically form a web. Is there any other holes in our power network? Seems not. Okay. We got a substation. I'll just get a big electric pole. Right. The power back on. That is kind of what it's for. There we go. All right, it's operational. Of course, I don't have any lube on these things, but I could probably just make them here. And then, all right, I'm gonna need adequate stone getting rid of. I could just wire it back into the old system. Nah. Pick that up. One second. I'm gonna skip that song. Okay, what? I have spoilage. Oh, right, because those fruits that I summoned and then didn't eat. They just get to rot in my hands. I guess more specifically in my pockets. Okay, I don't want this to be like right against it. So let's go ahead and pull this a little bit further. Is that 7? So it's gonna be 8 and 16. That should be fine. Now, how many will I need to make a landfill? Let's go ahead and filter this. I guess we'll send stone down that line. Oops. It's probably going to need a lot. But I'll also give them each their own dedicated chest, so that they don't put to a consolidated storage, because like it's not really necessary. And then we'll get another set, and we'll see how that goes, I guess. Now I should be able to put substations here and power everything. And then we'll just have to deal with the void crystals and actually hope that this is even enough. This actually might be too much rock to adequately deal with. You. Okay, I need to bring gems to you, so let's go and pull those down. Now this can turn off my bots and tell the bots to banish these. Be gone. I'm a little worried that with red belts, I mean, I could just make multiple outputs for them. Let's see. They keep stopping, so let me go ahead and just make more. How far can that go? We'll just leave it in there. Of course, this is out of range of the logistics network. Well, I'll just squeeze that in between them, and now it is fine. You. Okay. This void gem processor alone certainly does not seem to be working fast enough. Why are... Oh. So I can move the burnables. Over yonder. Flux. Did I accidentally get rid of? Shouldn't have been making like just normal ass void flux. Well, these pipes are full, so clearly I am. But where? Hold on. Gotta do a little bit of shenanigans. Pull that over. Yes. Now that can work. Now that those can go. And what's the holdup now? Is it just because we have too much iron ore? Okay. Well. I mean, I do love seeing full belts of iron. I set up a tileable or a proper connection between here. What about you? But it is offset by one tile, so you know, that'll be fine. Question is that going to be equidistant? No. Because it's offset by one tile. There we go. Perfect. Now I just need to hook some lube into here and everything's good. And why make a bespoke thing for it? I need to have a filter on this? Yeah, because I'm not going to have a second line coming out of here. Okay, perfect. That means this needs to be copied over. Which means I need to fix the blueprint. But I am about to have, I believe, the most iron production I've ever had this particular run. So clean these up. that there. Oh, you. Just we're a little out of steel, unfortunately. But that should be able to be cooking. Okay, get that going. And then our 4 lines of iron. I wonder if I still have my early thing of steel, like, still just working away. I guess let's go find out. Also wonder how much power this is going to be taking. But 4 compacted belts of iron. It is a thing of beauty. And it looks like the red belts are in fact able to handle it. Oh, a lot of these furnaces aren't even having anything taken out of them. Could have sworn it's supposed to be like 48. No, so 24, 24, they meet in the middle. I'm sure it's just getting a little bit start-stoppy because of the fact that these can just generate a plate directly. But the trash line is able to be dealt with. And hell, this is already more than it needed. I might need to settle with doing a dedicated trash line for each material that we make. But yeah. Of course, now I'm going to need ones for excuse me, for copper and then steel. Why is this not getting anything? Concrete, of course. Pitfalls of having a bus design. Whatever. I'll worry about Fulgora later. Now, there is one problem that I have to worry about here. That every time we take off the bus, we need to make sure to put output priorities on all of these. Get rid of that. Let's see. Bus. Or is it after we draw from it? I don't think it matters before or after. There we go. Because I'm pretty sure I already cleaned these lines up a long time ago to make sure it was only iron. I did. Good. I don't have to worry about that chore. Okay. Then... Maybe this one shouldn't be on an output priority, because that means everything else is going to starve. Okay. Select new contents. No tiles, no belts. Okay, let's just get all these going. I have a bunch of garbage in my inventory, but it's the price we pay. There's another way to deal with it is just putting balancers every time you draw from it. But if we're already only ever going to be drawing from the far left belt, then just having items get shifted over to make sure that the left belt is always compacted, I think is a completely valid way to fix the problem. I'm just not doing it on this final assembler to make sure that the bus doesn't go completely starved when other things are getting made. Okay. I have one thing. Extra irons go in here. We have a lot of iron. My God. Oh, okay. We don't have that much iron. I thought most of this was in the chest, but right. Because we have buffer chests. These are all here. And there's a way to keep track of how much we have. Okay. Pipe to ground. Right, I do need to fix I don't think I need to worry about the big electric poles, although having them in here, I can't really have them both. I could do undergrounds, I guess, but no, it's gonna mess up a lot of things. Okay. What else did I need to fix? I remember I needed to fix something. A sec, let's just make a copy of this. Then we'll select new contents of this. Oh right, this. Maybe I should select for this one. The lubricant line. That is not included in the blueprint currently. I think everything else should be good. No tiles. 32, 32 absolute. Parameters. Inserters. Void works. Doesn't matter. Main material. Parameter. 4500 should be fine. I need to figure out like how this formula thing works, because it would be nice to just have it automatic calculate in case I ever want to use a similar design with another material type. Material, okay. Put that up. Down. Inserters, void works, main material. I also think I can change them in the future. 0, 1, and then 2. Save. Okay. I don't think I bungled it up. Just make sure. Excellent. And then all this can go for copper. Then of course I'll need another one for steel. But given that I'm having a little bit of a shortage with furnaces right now, and I know exactly how wide these are going to be, I can start the steel up here, although getting the roboports, that's going to be another thing. Let me go and make a copy of this, and we'll just do cap filler. We'll get rid of the belts, we'll get rid of the inserters, we'll get rid of the furnaces, inserters, keep the pipes, keep the underground pipes, and the roboports, and delete those. Perfect. And then I can put this here. I don't like that all the wires are crisscrossed. Maybe because they're a little bit too close. Whatever. Does that mean the ones down here? No, because there's nothing right next to it. Go there. What did I spilled? Yep. There we go. That can get in there, and then we'll have the roboports for the building area. And hell, once these are here, I can just start filling them with the landfill as well. Oh, I don't have any lights here. I'll fix that. What are we waiting on? Right. Well, let me just get a landfill brush as big as I can possibly paint it. Then I can start filling this in. Okay. So, if nothing else, you know that that's going to be there, and that this is going to be here. Maybe. It seems I had a little bit of a hole in it as well. All right, you can't. I could have sworn you were able to place blueprints in Fog of War. I've done that before with trains. I don't know why the corner of that didn't place. Whatever. Okay, and now I guess we just wait for the bots. Need angry ghosts for that? Okay. I wonder why that took so long to get selected. I could also just go grab landfill. How much landfill do we even have? Many. We also have a lot of stone, apparently, that I need to start turning into landfill. Requester chest. There you go. Stone. All the stone you could possibly muster. That's not going to be good there. There we go. And now the bots can get rid of all this stone. Switch that with a bulk inserter. Start getting the stone out of our system. Converting it into something useful. How much landfill do we properly have? Let me see. 2.2 thousand. And quickly dropping. Okay, well. And boy howdy do we have iron. Ooh, I don't think where I have the steel line. You know what? I've already cleaned it all up. It's fine. I might as well have two lines of stone. I'm gonna have to move the stone line somewhere else, but that's gonna be less of a hassle to fix. And steel, I am gonna have to make a new blueprint for that. Sadly, it's not gonna quite fit as well as I would like, given that it needs twice as many void works in a line, because I can just directly feed it. Basically just make the iron but a little bit thicker. Well, they're going to be working on that for a while. Let's see what we're doing from here for power. Well, we're barely using it, probably because of this situation. Ah, yes, because greens. What is bright concrete? Oh, I know what I can do to have the bots get rid of anything that we have too much of. Okay. Yeah, because I can read the logistics number from a roboport, I think. Double check that. It's not connected to the circuit network. Robots. Read contents. Okay. And then I would probably need a combinator. But I could set it to, like, okay, if thing equal more than, I don't know, 10,000, send it to, or send like a request for thing, and then we can send it to a recycler line. God, I'm gonna need a lot of bots on Fulgora. I know it'll be worth it. So check this. This line isn't backed up. This is. I need a mech suit. Keep clanking into my own design decisions. So yeah, I believe the only thing that's ever going to come out here is going to be stone and those. So what I can do is set that up there. Of course, that's in the way. I think that's also just like part of the blueprint. Not that it matters that much. So we send this up here so the landfill can start producing. Although I want to make sure that this always inputs from the left first. There we go. These are... Never mind, they're not working. Conk. What if I have you request more foundations? I would like to put more cargo bays down. Let me see if I can't figure something out here. If only splitters. If only splitters worked like they did in Satisfactory, and they were 1 tile big. Wouldn't that be nice? Then I could just feed them from one side and then pull out from the other sides. I don't know if there's an easy way for me to get this done. I've built myself into a little bit of a hole here. That's a 4x4, so it's not like I can just like... I could cut and paste this like 4 tiles down. That would help things quite a bit. Although it would also mean our defensive capabilities, which are battle tested, would be a little bit stretched. Not that this is exactly the pinnacle of ship technology. See if there's an easy way to do this. Also, of course, it all has to be connected. All the cargo base has to be connected. I can't just like slap them anywhere and call it good. I could find an easy way to... You ship it? Well, thank you. I also ship it. In fact, I've shipped it successfully 6 times. Wait, can these bridge a gap in the space station? Why in the hell do I have these sharing a belt? For what purpose did I do this? Okay. That would let me shrink down on a belt here, at least on this part, but that doesn't solve anything. Also only across space. Is this gonna work? It's only gonna be half the belt, because that's how that works. Unless I can get this further down. This is gonna be some shank. No, you can't bridge gaps. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. They're literally not going underground. I do not want to paint it with a tile that big. Hold on. And unfortunately, I don't think there's a faster way to adjust your brush size other than numpad plus and minus. Okay. Are we seriously out of space platforms? Okay. Unfortunate. Well... Okay. Has this been solved? Indeed, it has been solved. Excellent. That certainly was something. Let me also just go ahead and get some walls here, you know, just to be safe. Oh, of course. We're out of walls. Well, hey, that's fixed. And we love to see it. Okay, so I needed steel. It's still way up here. How's our block doing? Unfortunately, until we get more foundation gotten rid of, which I think I can fix. Let's go ahead and set that to like 10,000 units. Because if that's 4,000 units, doubling that should be fine. And then getting a little bit more should also be fine. 10,000 foundation. All right. Then I'm almost tempted to like handcraft yellow science. I wonder if I should make yellow science on Fulgora and ship it. Because I'm already getting processing units and low density structures. The only thing I'd have to make is flying robot frames, which aren't too hard. There's a possibility. And also figure out what I'm doing with this. I'm gonna have to center it somehow. So I like aligning it to a chunk. I think that's nice. Let's see how many. Like, if I were making platform to come up with a shape and run a belt of ammo in a full loop and a clockwise counterclockwise for turrets, and then build within the shape. Yeah, that is a strat. Oh, I barely have any electric furnaces. Okay. Maybe I should just do something a little. Well, okay, I have them all on me. Never mind, we're fine. I was kind of like, given that the things always come from directly in front of you when you're traveling, right? I was kind of wanting to make like a little bit of an arrow shape. I know it's might be a little hard to see with my finished design here, my grand creation. Turrets would pull from the near side of the belt. Turrets would pull from the far side. Yeah, I mean, God, I'm splitting this belt so many fucking ways. I do have it looping across the top. Yeah, that's not happening. How much laser damage research do I have? I mean, you end up going to be needing a lot of belts, but yeah. I could also probably just start getting laser turrets. They fall off real hard, but at least for the inner planet ones, they are incredibly viable. Well, this is technically more storage. Yeah. Okay, first of all, how many furnaces does this take? 192. 100, 200. Okay. So actually, if I do get copper going, which I need because copper is like out. Okay, we won't skip the copper. Double, Inserters, copper. Void works, copper ore. Then main material, copper plates. Inserters, copper ore, copper summons, and copper plates. Perfect. Probably start from a standpoint of where I can reliably defend and then start over if I grow out of that design. I might workshop a new design from scratch, because especially if I'm going to want more storage, which I do want more storage, I can basically rip everything up. As long as we're in orbit over Nauvis, we're not going to be facing any danger, because these tiny asteroids, they don't do damage. I could rip everything out and store it in the ship, and then if anything, ship up a couple more cargo bays and, you know, plonk them down to have everything inside the ship and be able to basically redesign with more or less a clean slate. Because the basic starting hub does not have like anywhere near enough storage. I'll do that next time. Alright, copper. Okay. I'm gonna have to actually manually place these myself, since I have all the furnaces for the most part. Okay, of course, there's a lot of blocks still missing here. Why does that have a hole? I see. So I did not, in fact, fix the design properly. Third time's a charm. Okay, then we just have to wait for the fast loaders to actually get built for the lubricant pass-through to start kicking in. We are making mass loaders, right? I swear I put one down to make them. We are. There's just no engines because... I swear I was summoning in engines. I am summoning in engines. It's a requester chest. Or it's a buffer chest. Which means... let me just go give this a little bit of a head start. Well, we started the game after a crash. How is Daggerfall? I know I've seen like Josh Drive Hayes play it a little bit. My earliest Elder Scrolls to date is Morrowind. How did this hole happen? It's an easy fix. I love starting in Morrowind where there's like a tiny little squib creature right in front of you and you keep swinging and missing. Because, you know, accuracy is a thing that you have to deal with. Swing and a miss. Oh, Daggerfall Unity. I know there's open MW for Morrowind, which is like a total rebuild. Is this actually producing now? Now it needs red circuits, which we may or may not have in any amount. We do have them, they just take a while to get here. And of course we actually don't have any because, or we don't have any being produced because we are out of copper, which I am fixing. The bussy is unfortunately a little light. It's not as filled as it should be. But we're fixing that. These. Run all these lines up. Not that one. I'm gonna need a lot more of this concrete placed down. Nope. Okay. It's not over. Let's run this over. Hopefully, we actually have enough space without having to run more landfill. That should be fine. Alrighty. That over. Get that going. Oh, that was actually perfect. And we have copper once more. We're also getting rid of a lot of the excess copper that's just sitting in this system, so that's nice. Does seem to be having a little bit of a landfill problem, but I did place a shitload of it. And of course, Oh, that's going to be a little odd to balance. What the fuck? Okay. I apparently used the previous design. Well, we're getting rid of it. Let's keep going through here. Do. I gotta really put that everywhere. And wait. Thought I saw some copper. Ah, of course. It strikes once more. There can't be too many of these. There we go. Okay. That's 4 full red belts of copper. And then all those circuits should start cranking out once more. Or are they stopped? It was very short-lived, 4 full red belts of copper. I think I'm gonna troubleshoot this. Ah, I see the problem. I don't think there's a whole lot to troubleshoot. I think this is just a waiting thing. Copper, yeah, that's just gonna be stone. How's that landfill coming along? Tis a bit slow. Probably because I also have all this this foundation that's... Am I not like slurping up 10,000 units? I guess it's very slow. Of course. Low density structures, which of course need copper. Which means that these aren't getting absorbed as fast as I would like. Which means this secondary resource. Oh no, they're also probably just getting grabbed from this dead. Oh no, they're just going straight in here. Okay. Resource. Need some more resources. Okay. How's about I move this. I'll move that over there, and then you. H. I'll move you. I'll give you 3 chests as well. And then it should be less of a problem. And actually start getting landfill gotten rid of. I don't know if there's a way to make it so that these get consumed first. I would probably have to have some sort of... Well, no, because I would want these ones. Maybe it's going to be based on whichever one is closest, in which case I should have these be closer. I guess there is also that memory cell unit, which can store an infinite amount of items with an ever-scaling power cost. I would love to come back to find my base dead because I'm storing like 5 billion of a land tile that I can't even use on this planet. Well, I can't use it on this planet, but then I mainly need other places, and it costs like 15 gigajoules or gigawatts to run. Well, hey, all this landfill. It'll just have to take some time to clean out. And then move forward. Well, I mean, we got a good amount of progress. I am reasonably pleased. Giggle words, indeed. 82 of them, in fact. Exactly the right number that we need. Oh, maybe I should... Next time I should see about getting that, that big chungus of a... I don't have multiples, whatever. I only need one. That big chungus of a nuclear power plant going. And it is wide, though. As wide as Kylo Ren. But boy, do it generate power. And all without using... Well, I think it does... It uses bots at the start, kind of. But, it's relatively bot light. Actually, it uses iron chest, so I don't even need bots. I can get away without using them. Fancy. Then yeah, this will immediately be more efficient than that other one, since it'll have 3 reactors, although obviously I don't want to tear down the other one until this one is ready to go. What's over here? All right, our science labs. So I also clear out a lot of these blueprints that, well, they're not exactly going to get filled in anytime soon. Okay. Fine concrete, yeah. They're out of range, and that's fine. They should have a dedicated water summon system for that. Well, so I set up this. I know what I can do. Hold on. Where the hell are pumps? Do I have pumps? I don't even know why I wasn't considering this before. There we go. With some backup fuel and power to run it and set it to kick on when other systems fail. So what I can do is these pumps here, right? I can flip them from camera view. So I'll just have this filling up with water. And then if we ever have some sort of water problem, I can literally just flip the pumps over. And then these tanks will all be full, and of course I can easily expand them. But there'll at least be 100,000 units of water to kickstart a system. Well, it'll be there, and as long as I'll leave them so that they're pumping into the backup, and then they will never ever fix that, or they won't run out unless I flip it over. At which case, if I'm manually flipping them over, it's probably because we're having a power problem, and I should remember to flip them back. I could probably do... Oh man, we are almost full on this. No, flipping is not something I can set up to be automatic. I could set up a circuit condition so that if you know, to not kick on unless the fluid level on the other tanks is low, but at that point, I might as well not even have them. Because, well, I guess unless there's an alarm attached to them to alert me that they're kicking on. The startup for you in case you didn't notice. No, I would have to have these flipped over and just reversed. Or, yeah, connected so that, say when this has, like, no water in it, then these power on. So I can connect it to the circuit network just like about anything else. Also, we're apparently hitting the limits of this beautiful design. I'm not making more reactors. Okay. I'm not making more anythings regarding that. Before I forget, let me just set up more assemblers. Reactor. Third stacks. How many of these even stack to? 10. like fail safes that save me without my intervention. I mean, it just mainly would be nice for me to, you know that there's a problem instead of it just automatically happening. Heat pipes, we'll do that to 5, and then we'll set heat exchangers to also 5. Okay. And then I need quality modules. How could you do that to me? Okay, well. No power. Of course, there's no power. Okay. Set this here. Failed your safe. Please help. Am scare. You're scaring man, or you're scaring by landing. You can't just keep setting off factorial alarms. How are we doing up here? It is looking a little bit more filled out now that all this backlog gets down 1 to 3 times in a row. I could probably have it so that it repeats, but if you mean like a variable amount, I don't think that's something I can do. Why is this backed up? What is wrong? Have we finally hit the limit? I see the problem. I need this, but for those. I got low power. What we do is... Yes. And I change this over to void crystal. Of course, they have a chance of outputting garbage, but hey, those should get dealt with by the bots. And yeah, we are. We are out of steam. Good lord. That new reactor needs to get put in. Okay, well, I'm not going to be extending it. I'm going to be extending the factory downwards. Or I'm not going to be extending it backwards for the most part. So I could just put this here. Question is, does this have roboports built into it? I don't think it does. Okay, hold on. Storage tanks. That's not gonna work. Okay. Well, I can at least get this started. I'll probably want to remove this power plant at some point in the future. But for the time being, obviously I don't want to remove it before it's replaced. And I also don't have other reactors. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. I could have sworn I made something for them, but clearly not. Ingredient shortage. What is taking you so long? Right, we're not going to get any steel. Ruh-roh. Consumption. If the consumption is only 56.1. Okay. I mean, if anything, I could probably rip up the reactors and put them in these. Oh, good lord. Good idea to get some roboports. That has a lot of steam turbines. No, we'll leave that for now. I'm not gonna be the architect of my own doom. We're just getting this thing with water. I think we should have enough water. Here we go, that can start filling up. And then it's basically just waiting for steel, which is going to be an ever-present problem. That's not really something I want to redesign right now. I think it's getting a little late for me. What is not built here? So just the reactor. Of course, it's using fucking blue belts. Is it using blue belts because they're necessary? No. We do not need the distance on blue belts, so I can replace those. Okay. So this whole thing is built. I could put efficiency modules and everything. That would get our power a little bit more stretched out. Can I do from like no rune? Empty module slot, to efficiency rune. We do have efficiency runes, right? We don't have efficiency runes. We have efficiency modules. Fuck it. I can easily replace them using the same planner. So here's what we do. All right, I need to put on my blueprint library because I can't use things from my inventory on map mode. Open that, open that. Track that up there. Almost 800. Well, that should save a lot of power. Of course, the most power hungry thing is not the furnaces, but I don't have efficiency runes yet made on this planet, which I thought I did. I'm making speed runes because they're needed for the assemblers. I guess I was only really focused with them on Fulgora because we hadn't had power problems in quite a while on this planet. But I guess that's okay. We'll get that fixed up. Easy peasy. We'll get more power. I think I will set up maybe something for summoning efficiency runes just so like that can work in the background. I'll have to get like something real to upgrade them. Where to put these? You know what? This is basically fine. Efficiency runes, where are you? Yes. Passive provider. I guess a storage chest with efficiency runes. You. And then I can slowly go through them. I think I can make them relatively easily. Oh, void gems, right. I need void gems for the science though, and those are kind of a pain in the ass to craft. Okay, so yeah, probably summoning them is gonna be fine. Alright, we got exalted runes. Well, that means I have exalted efficiency runes, which, okay. I should probably get the electromagnetic plants out here then. That, I think would be a good idea. Of course, that needs Fulgora to be a little bit more done. Hmm. No, just I need to work on power here, I think, before we Fulgora once more. Also, how is our importing of 10,000? On the way, 0. I bet that's because we have no steel going. Yeah, we're not going back to Fulgora in a while, unfortunately. But I think that's gonna be it for me for the evening. And we'll go raid someone new that's doing some Factorio. Just have to drop in on some new people, you know, see what they're doing. Make some new friends. It's getting late for me. Hi. It's getting to be EP time. I mean, I've almost done 5 hours. I've been thinking about starting a little bit earlier, but like ending around the same time just to get a little bit more time online. But yeah, I will be playing space game, other space game, hard space shipbreaker, hardship spacebreaker tomorrow. We got to get more of our ships broken. And I think we'll drop in on someone else doing Factorio. Let's see. Isui wouldn't argue with that. Start at 10, maybe 9. Yeah. Well, I start at 9 my time already. So yeah, I'd be starting at like 8. I might do 5 hours and then adjust from there. I know I often go 5 hours just because I like get sucked into something. But we'll make that official. Yeah, we'll break some ships tomorrow. Start 11 my time. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll see. I do go for walks when it starts getting sundown, so you know that is I can't start too early because I am not going to get some exercise during the daytime when the fucking sun is bearing down on me. But yeah, I will see you all tomorrow when we do some hard space shipbreaker. And let's go say hello to Isui, who was also doing some Factorio. Don't know if they're doing mods or vanilla, but they are doing Space Age. So let's go say hello there, and I will see you all tomorrow evening, everyone. Hope you enjoy your weekend. And we'll have a cozy little Saturday breaking some ships.